Show on YouTube, Into the Fringe, where we discuss lost civilizations, UFOs, cryptids, unsolved mysteries, megalithic structures, extraterrestrials, interdimensional portals, time skips, and more. Don't change that channel, because now you are leaving the mainstream and entering into the fringe. Greetings, followers. It is I, Cardinal Sin, and welcome to another episode of Into the Fringe, where our guest is Micah Hanks. And Micah Hanks is a writer, podcaster, researcher, and speaker whose interests cover a variety of subjects, including history, archaeology, science, and the future of humankind. A longtime researcher and proponent of the scientific study of unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, Micah has authored a number of books and has contributed many essays, articles, and blogs to various publications. Along with his podcasts, he has also worked as a narrator, lending his voice to several audiobooks, radio programs, and other recorded projects over the years. Welcome, my friend, Micah Hanks, back to Into the Fringe.
Fantastic to be here, sir, and a season's greetings, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and all those other wonderful holiday, the greetings, whatever it is we say these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy holidays, the Merry Christmas, the Happy Hanukkah, as you see, and Kwanzaa, etc., etc.
I know. I wasn't going to attempt that one. I almost kind of went there and just stopped you.
All these holidays are made up by the Catholic Church on existing pagan holidays anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, they tell me, indeed. And you can actually see here in the background. Look, I've even got my Christmas lights on in the bunker. So.
Oh, very fancy. Nice.
Yeah, so I had to adjust my microphone.
Occasionally, my lights become Christmas flavored, but
yeah, I was going to say though, you kind of got the Christmas light thing going on all year round, don't you?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, it's more like 4th of July there, or maybe the Northern Lights, actually.
And I have to say, Micah, it's so great to have you here. We're going to have a really great show tonight. And while folks are rolling in, I wanted to mention that once again, you've generously agreed to give away an autographed copy of your book, The UFO Singularity, to our lucky weekly winner. And I wanted to remind people that they must be present in the chat to be eligible to win. And the UFO Singularity is a must read. So thank you for giving that away tonight. The cover asks, how near is the singularity? Why are past unexplained phenomena changing our future? Where will transcending the bounds of current thinking lead? I have to say, this is probably my favorite book of yours, even though it's the shortest. I mean, come on, Mike. It's not even 300 pages.
Yeah, it's not quite 300 pages. That book, there's sort of an interesting story behind that, and everything right down to the cover artwork and everything that you see right there. The concept for that book, and keep in mind that was published way back in early 2013. But I had initially been pitching a concept for a much longer book. I'd done a series of articles, and actually for some of the giveaways that we've done, I think I still got some of those copies of those anthologies that New Page Books published many years ago. They did one on UFOs. They did one on ghosts and hauntings. They
Yeah,
did.
you've got a chapter in every book that's been out in the last 20 years.
Well, it's funny because there have been a lot of anthologies, and then even Nick Redfern did some of his books on the Men in Black, and he reached out in one of those volumes to several other authors. And so Nick, who had done the forward for my first book, he reached out to me to do a chapter for him in that book, which of course, we all know. Nick and I both enjoyed it.
I think you buried the lead. Nick Redfern asked you to work on a book?
He asked me to write a chapter for a book he was working on. Yes, I know.
That's it's hard to believe. I can't even fathom such a thing.
The prolific Nick Redfern, but he and I both love that subject, the Men in Black, and that was the project.
Well, between you and him and Walter Bosley, there's a new book coming out every week.
Well, back in about a decade ago, it would have seemed like that with me because I was on a roll just churning out these books, and sadly, I've had so many other projects underway. I kind of shifted my attention from doing those quick hit kind of pick a subject and really go deep, but do a short book into really digging deep and trying to write complete histories of subjects. So I'm knee deep in one of those kind of books, and I'm in the stages of putting together conceptual development for another lengthy book. And then I'm actually in the writing process of 2 other books apart from that. So there are actually 4 working projects.
Why am I shocked, Micah?
Well, see, the problem is if I just commit to completing one, then we would actually have a book. But my problem is that a lot of the books,
just like when you read, you write 3 books at a time.
Well, think about it think of it just like that. A lot of people say, I pick up one book and I read that for a while and then I put that down. I've learned I have to write like that because the research process sometimes, especially when you're relying on FOIA, as I do often.
Right.
I'll file a couple of
the Freedom of Information Act, of course.
Yes, indeed. Yes. For anyone at home who's wondering, the Freedom of Information Act, it is an indispensable resource for journalists and researchers. But the problem is I may send a Public Records Act request or an Open Records Request Act to a state agency, and they'll get back in 2 days. There have been some agencies like National Geospatial Intelligence that I'll query, and it may be 2 years before they get back.
Yeah.
And so I sometimes have to put a project on hold while I'm waiting for new information to come in while I shift over to another. So I've got like 4 irons in the fire that I'm just kind of constantly rotating as I'm working on the acquisition of new information.
Micah, that's such a surprise.
I know, right? Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas. Yes. 4 books are coming out in the next 4 years.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, let's just hope. But back to the UFO Singularity, that book, I had pitched a.
By the way, this is my favorite of your books.
Well, I didn't know that.
It really is. It really is.
Well, why is it your favorite, Gil?
Because, I've followed the whole Ray Kurzweil thing. Actually, I have a question coming up about that, so I don't want to get too deep into it. But it's really, considering that it's sort of drawn from different sources and articles and essays and things, it's very coherent. It's really cohesive, and it asks a lot of questions that are provocative and make the reader think for a long time after they've put the book down and they've read it. And those kinds of books that stick with you, they enter the logos, if you will, of UFO literature. The sort of a touchstone book like Communion or Above Top Secret or those kind of books. This is really a standout book. And I think it deserves to go right up there with some of Jacques Vallée's work and that kind of thing.
Oh, wow. Well, you worded that far more eloquently than I could possibly ever.
And it looks to the future. It's future looking instead of looking at old cases, which is fun to do and take a deep dive into some cases, which we've done here on this show. But I think that this book is really forward looking, and it has a futuristic or a futurist bent to it.
Well, that's intentional. And you're right. So much, and I think I had that critique at the time. So much of ufology relies on historical research, which is good. And of course, I do a lot of that myself these days. But at that time, I wanted to make a different kind of statement. And you're right. Ray Kurzweil had just within a few years prior to the publication of that book, he'd come out with The Singularity is Near. My brother Caleb and I were both very intrigued by some of those possibilities, not so much just transhumanism, which a lot of people are kind of wary of, and I am even myself. And in that regard, the fact that we do get into a touch of that with the UFO Singularity, I mean, I have, I wouldn't say it's a dark vibe, but I mean, memories of writing that book have a certain.
I'm sorry, Micah. There's an emergency. I have to interrupt you.
Okay.
Please welcome Walter Bosley, Don Ecker, and Christopher O'Brien, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, hey, Walter, Don, how are you?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Micah.
Chris, okay. All right. How do you pull that out? Okay, now that is a magic trick, the likes of which I've never seen.
Merry Christmas,
man.
Merry
Okay.
Christmas.
So well, this is quite a Christmas gift. Okay, we've got to start. Age before beauty. I love going back into the old coast to coast archives, and you know what I was listening to the other night, Don Ecker.
What?
I was listening to you on Coast to Coast. It was like maybe circa 1994, talking about lunar mysteries, right, on Coast to Coast AM, classic radio right there. Yes. So, and then I'm getting pinged in my emails yesterday about an all new like Facebook group I didn't even know existed, and it's Chris O'Brien who's pinging me into that. That's right.
Did he tag you on Facebook?
Yeah, so now I'm a part of that group too. I officially submitted my request, and then I was in another email chain earlier today, and somebody was asking me, "What do you think about what Bosley said about this?" So all three of you guys have been on my mind, and thereby, Cardinal sin has yet again read mine.
Well, I was the first American to call you a Time Lord, and by the way, in your honor, I have a dad juice right here.
Oh well. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, what's he having? Huh? That looks like Walter Bosley's got his.
Tank
Well,
7.
the last couple of times that Mike has been on my show, Dark Matters Radio, we always.
Wait a minute, Don, you have a show?
It's
Yeah, the first
on
show.
hiatus right now, but yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know. We ended up talking about ancient civilizations.
Oh, that's on the docket for tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been dying to ask Micah what he thinks about the new series by Graham Hancock.
Of course.
Here we go.
Oh,
Do I get to call in a
Don has
lifeline?
unleashed the Kraken.
Because if I get to call in a lifeline, it's Chris O'Brien I'm calling. Oh, man. Okay, I'll go first, Chris. The show's obviously controversial. There are a lot of things that I disagree with Hancock on. And I feel like the mainstream response to the show in some ways has been warranted, but I said this on my program. I also said, listen, I also think that to an extent there is this aspect of it where when Hancock goes out there, and look, let's face it, when I watched the show, I had the worst expectations based on what everybody's saying. I watched the first episode and I thought, God, first of all, the cinematography is incredible. They show some of these sites that I've read about in his books and read about in more mainstream archaeological literature for years now in ways that I'd never seen. And my first initial takeaway, and I wrote to my guys in my archaeological unit, and they didn't necessarily agree, but I thought this is a great looking show, and it's getting people talking about archaeology.
yeah.
And even the parts that I disagree about, I think that's good. I think that's important.
Yeah.
But then the
Well,
response.
Micah, I got to say one thing.
Please go ahead.
I watched that show with an extremely critical eye.
As you always do, sir.
First thing that came to mind was the virulent attacks that he has suffered literally from across the board. Now, back in the day when Fingerprints of the Gods first came out, I immediately got a copy and I read it. Now, basically, from what I've seen, maybe you guys can point me in another direction. He simply has been asking questions. As a journalist, he identifies himself as a journalist, not a scientist, not an archaeologist. He's never done that. And I've known the guy for years, okay?
Yeah.
And I got to say, I think he did an amazing job. Now, I'm not saying that I buy everything that he's presented. I mean, after all, who does? But the way he's been attacked, that told me tons.
Well, Don, I have to say he does have a certificate in scuba diving.
Okay.
He absolutely
Well, good. Yeah, if you can't be safe, be certified.
Well, I think he's certified
like
and safe.
Let me just throw one more thing in, and I'd love everybody's opinion on this. I do feel like I'm seeing just a touch of the Sagan effect with this. There's some professional jealousy. This guy's getting all this attention. He's generating all this attention. And I do feel like there are a lot of mainstream archaeologists who disagree with him, though they do, and rightful though they are to do so. I feel like there's a little bit of, and we don't want him getting attention for the kind of work that we've worked our whole year, lives and put our careers behind. They're angry that this guy's out there bringing attention to this and getting that attention instead of them. That's what I really think a lot of it is.
Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that I love the show. It really makes you think outside of the box, and just for that fact alone, I think it's important. And it's to Micah's point. I think one thing that comes across pretty loud and clear is the same thing that Robert Schoch had to deal with when he came out and talked about the weathering on the Sphinx, and now his theory about these. I think coronal ejections from the sun, creating the Younger Dryas period, and he's been getting a lot of flack as well. And I think you're right that the amount of flack you get, it tends to be a corresponding curve with the amount of publicity and production value. Good point. The production values of the show are just stunning, and I mean it's a big deal to be sending a crew all over the world like they're doing, and I mean that's not cheap. So I think it deserves a watch. And if you can't handle it, then don't watch. But I think I've always liked his work. I think he's been very courageous, and I support any sort of creative thinking in all scientific fields.
Yeah.
Well, just to point to one example. The Temple of Baalbek, okay, the foundation stones,
Right,
in excess of 900 tons per stone. Absolutely unprecedented. And who does academia credit for that? Ancient Rome. Rome could no more have done that than we could, and they never claimed they did. So that begs the question, who in the hell put those megalithic structures all over the globe, including today what is in North America? Who put them there, and how did they do it? And when he suggests there was a technologically advanced pre-Ice Age or prior to the Ice Age ceasing, some type of advanced human culture, and he never says how advanced. We're not talking, lasers and airplanes and whatever, but an advanced culture. To me, that's the only thing that makes sense. And I'd love to hear you gentlemen, what you think about that.
And before you gentlemen do, I just wanted to tell Don that now he has read my mind, Micah, because this is a question that I had for you. I didn't know these guys were going to crash the party. I'm sorry. But that was a question that I had for you. So Don has read my mind, which is a short read, I must say. And so he's right on target for tonight's discussion.
Yeah. Well, then we got to throw it to Bosley because I got to hear from him about that. Where is he? Is he right here in y'all?
Walter, how are you?
I'm right here.
Good to see you, my friend.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's always good to be here, and it's a blast to be here with you guys.
Love that Santa hat, Walter.
You like that? I figured I'd be a little festive.
One of those.
I tried to get one, but it wouldn't fit over my headphones.
I was gonna throw in there, Don, tag on to yours, where the traditional historian naysayers, they like to do a sleight of hand. They point out, I've seen it pointed out that, well, the Romans had quarries in all these places. That doesn't mean that they quarried that 900-ton whatever stone that we're talking about. Just because the Romans had a quarry there, the Romans could have said, hey, somebody was using this as a quarry, long time ago. We might as well continue, right? Because, if it's like an ancient gold mine, and if it's not completely tapped out and you find where somebody in ancient times was mining there, they've done part of your work for you in finding it. So I have to admit, I haven't seen Graham Hancock's show yet. I'm a notorious binge watcher though, so it sounds like I've got some wonderful viewing ahead of me tonight to catch up. So
I'm only halfway through it myself, so I had to take a break.
On day number 1, I binged the entire series.
Me too.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay. Okay.
Don and I, obviously, we like to indulge our ancient history and mysteries, and I like real history too. But again, there are times where I have, my disagreements with the mainstream academia too. I know, imagine that, but I'm not somebody who just for the sake of being a contrarian always does. If anything, I'm
are.
I'm the kind of guy who reaches out to those academics, and I've volunteered on actual Younger Dryas sites, Paleo-Indian sites in not in South America, in South Carolina, but I've been to South America too. Make no mistake. But the point is, Don, the point I wanted to come back around to there with regard to a gripe I have, for instance, with the Egyptology. When we look at the inventory stela, Schock and Baval and all the guys have talked about this. When they talk about, and there's very grandiloquent language describing Khufu and the renovation of the guardian of the north, and the watcher of the stars, and they're referring to the Sphinx. And it's explicitly saying that the Sphinx was renovated in that time of Khufu. And so when Schock comes over, John Anthony West asks him to come over and says this is going to be very controversial, but I think that there may be geological evidence that points to this, antiquity of this monument going back in advance, maybe even prior to the dynastic period. Schock ultimately came to that conclusion himself based on the differential weathering that they find there on these the walls of the quarry. But again, the inventory stela, and this is the important thing, I think, that stela is giving us a historical account that seems to also match the geological information and the archaeological information right there. And yet the contemporary approach toward that is, well, but people used to lie, because by saying it was older, granted them the inheritance of this coming from Zep Tepi the first time. And I'm like, at some point, perhaps we should look at all the data that seems to point to an earlier antiquity of the Sphinx and maybe consider that this historical account also matches all the rest of that stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
very quickly, just to mention that if nothing else, the thing that is most noticeable initially is the size difference between the body of the Sphinx and the head of that pharaoh, whoever that pharaoh is. It's way out of proportion. So that tells me, using my cop brain, somebody basically resculpted whatever was there before, and best guess, it was the head of Leo in the constellation Leo.
Yeah. I think
there is the argument that it was a dog head, that it was...
I think the idea that it was a
Anubis?
feline face is uncontested.
Yeah, but there is, as Walter says, there was another theory that it had been a dog head, and I can't remember who the researcher was right offhand that proposed that.
Well, I guess it could have been Anubis, sort of.
I think the problem, though, that supports what Gil is saying there is the tail, I think, is more feline than canine, right? Yeah. So that is a big argument towards it being a cat head.
Right.
But there is the dog head thing out there. What I was going to say, too, is how it is when you buck traditional narrative on history, anything that you point to that disagrees with the narrative they want out there, they say, like you said, oh, they're lying. Oh, they're making it up. Oh, I ran up against nonsense like that in doing the research on Napoleon. 200 years of British propaganda That only historians only started getting on board with, hey, in greater numbers. Now, there were always historians all the way through that said the narrative wasn't like that, but they do this in all fields, I think, right? When they have a narrative about anything, this is our official narrative. And I blame that change in the Royal Society in 1830, when what I call the bean counting materialist scientists, the specialists, finally outnumbered the philosopher scientists. The specialists hated the philosopher scientists, who, by the way, were the culture who founded the Royal Society and created Western science.
Yeah, and that was right about the time of Darwin, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so the materialists, they finally outnumbered the philosopher scientists. So they took over and changed the rules of how the Royal Society would do everything. And people don't realize how the Royal Society went in the 19th century is how modern science went.
And of course, Walter, I blame Hunter Biden.
What a hell of a conversation. We're not even 30 minutes in, and look at this. This is maybe the round table of the decade right here, guys.
I'm just yanking your chain. Hey, it's a party. We're drinking dad juices here. So,
what is that you are imbibing there, Cardinal?
This is called a Tank 7 from the Boulevard Brewing Company in Kansas City.
Very nice.
And this is a really, really nice beer. It says goodbye.
God, I feel left out. I'm drinking water.
The tarot card, the tower on it.
Well, Don, that's what we call clear beer, by the way, so don't feel too bad. I've got a water over here, but I am...
You see the tarot stuff on
it?
Yeah. And even like the Ouija board, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
not
says
only
goodbye
that, we're
at the
ready.
bottom, and it has the all of the mysticism and spiritualist
Be
stuff.
careful.
I've never noticed that before.
Be
All I can tell
careful.
you is it's a heck of a good beer.
Be
Well, that's
careful,
fantastic.
though, that Captain Howdy doesn't come through when you're drinking that.
Oh yeah.
Captain Howdy, my old nemesis, and actually Captain Howdy might have actually been an old love interest for a time, but I had to. You guys know Captain Howdy, right? That horrific face that flashes in The Exorcist. Everybody knows.
Yeah,
that's the entity that came
what
through.
scared the fuck out of me, guys, was watching Salem's Lot and seeing the girl turn to the window and you see the two red eyes and you hear a that scared the fuck out of me when I was a kid. Anyway,
there was a lot scary in that original Salem's Lot.
Salem's Lot's a great movie and a great book. Yeah,
Barlow was classic. Danny Glick, coming to the window. Yeah.
Oh, look at Walter Bosley knowing all the stuff. Man,
I love that film, and the book is a masterpiece.
They don't call you a master researcher for nothing.
Yeah,
and Hutch was the fearless vampire slayer.
Yes, he was. David Soul.
Me, your fangs are in
I got to weigh in here then, okay, because I got to quote Ben Mears when he meets Susan. From such inconsequential beginnings, dynasties have been built. I, too, a Salem's Lot scholar, not to be outshined by my esteemed colleagues here.
Now Christopher O'Brien is going to school us all on Salem's Lot.
Oh, yeah, I know. He always does.
I wouldn't buy a car on Salem's Lot. No, please.
A lot of people don't realize this, but Christopher O'Brien was
that's what Christine was sold.
Was the guy driving the van that hit Stephen King's bike.
No.
I don't know. I lost track of Stephen King about 50 novels ago.
He kind of lost me as a reader. Probably by the mid to late 80s. I just lost interest in the stuff he was writing. But his early stuff.
Oh yeah.
If he stopped writing after 1985, he would be one of the top American writers of the 20th century.
Well, I mean, then you'd cut out all the stuff that he's done when he was sober.
What's that?
Yeah.
Then you'd eliminate all the stuff that he did when he was sober. He was on so much cocaine and so much alcohol, he actually forgot writing Cujo entirely.
You know, I hate to advocate anybody doing unhealthy things, but maybe he should start drinking again. I'm kidding.
Or maybe
Well,
doing the coke
you know
again.
what they
Yeah.
say that cocaine is God's way of telling you you're making way too much money.
Yeah, I'm second that. Man,
All right. Well,
So what was
yeah,
Ben
we've
Mears going to
covered,
say? You were gonna quote Ben Mears, Mike.
oh, I did already though. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
that line from "In such inconsequential beginnings, dynasties have been built." But the thing about that story that always freaked me out is how at the beginning it starts with Ben and Danny, and they're reading the newspapers, and they're like in Mexico someplace, and they're like really freaked out, and they keep reading the news. They'll drive like 40 miles to like get a newspaper to see what's happening in this weird little northeastern town. I mean, and it really builds this dramatic sense of what the hell is going on here.
Well, you get through almost half of the novel before the V word is mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, vampire. And it was I remember when I read that, the first time, it was just, for me, the most believable vampire novel I had read, and that was its strength. And it's just, it's a masterpiece, in my opinion, of American horror literature.
Well, I gotta say, I've never forgiven King since that book, because initially it was promised there would be a sequel, and he never did. Oh. And I was upset about that, because I loved Salem's Lot. I really did.
Oh, yeah.
I think actually we may have dodged a bullet by him not making a sequel,
Or at least dodged a stake.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Lordy. Yeah. So I'm going to have to catch up on this Graham Hancock series. I'm going to start.
Oh, I tell you what, Walter, I watched the first episode with my brother, and we had to pause so often to talk to each other about how much we liked it that we only got through the first episode. The next day, I watched the rest of the episodes and just binged, and it was glorious. It was great. It was awesome. He's got God, I always forget this guy's name when I need to, and I remember it every other time when I don't need it. The guy that he's been on the Joe Rogan podcast with.
Oh, Randall
Carlson. Yeah.
Oh, Randall
Carlson's in it.
Oh, wow.
Joe Rogan is in it for a short time. And he finally gets to frame his debate on his own terms without having the mainstream archaeologists and anthropologists and Egyptologists get in the way. Although there is a really interesting video on YouTube. It's supposed to be Graham Hancock debating, and I'm forgetting
Zahi Hawass. Yeah.
Zahi Hawass.
Yeah.
And he refuses to debate him.
Yeah.
Doesn't Zahi get up and walk out of the room?
Yeah, he did. He did.
But
he
came
left
back after
the cameras
gave his talk,
so
he could give his talk. And then later they sort of had this informal thing where they were on different sides of the room talking at each other. And
but I think
Zahi
during that
Hawass
same event, Zahi also interrupted Graham while Graham was trying to give his lecture, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Zahi Hawass is what I call him.
He's a real piece of shit. He really is.
Well, it's the thing that, we unfortunately are in times where too many people have allowed this phenomenon of the campism in the political aspects of life to then flavor everything else, whether it's sports, whether it's music, whether it's movies, whether it's anything, and archaeology opinions included, to where there's a bunch of people that just can't have a speculative conversation. They can't watch something like what Graham Hancock is presenting and in their mind say, okay, this is this guy's hypothesis. He's, as you say, presenting it in his own framework. I may not, as we said, agree with everything, but I can listen to what he's saying and I'll get some really interesting information out of it. No, we just got a lot of voices that just want to, rather than just say, I disagree, they want to go on some type of attack, or they want to silence people, or it's
in today's political climate, it's very simple.
Yeah.
It's the cancel culture. When he's attacked, they never say what he's wrong about.
Well, Don, it's It's
would
just
Stan-
like what
Graham
Stanton Friedman
Hancock
used to
is full
say.
of shit. Why?
It's
Because
just like what
Graham
Stanton
Hancock
Friedman
is
used to
full of
say.
shit.
If you can't attack the evidence, attack the person.
Yeah.
This is called ad hominem.
Yep.
And I remember back in the day, there was an instance where this happened on the old Paracast forums. Chris O'Brien will remember this, and actually it was Bosley who came to my defense because there'd been somebody who had taken issue
Christopher
with.
O'Brien was the best thing that ever happened to the Paracast.
Well, on that forum, there'd been somebody
I
who
used to work for the Paracast.
Yeah, it was Lance Moody.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know.
Good old Lance.
Yeah,
Somebody interrupted me,
Well,
but
I had my time with Lance,
yeah.
and I set.
So did I.
Pretty straight. Yeah.
well,
Boy,
but,
did I.
But the reason I bring that up is because there'd been I hadn't said anything overtly political, but there had been someone whose issue hadn't been anything that was said on the Paracast program. It had been that their perception, well, Micah Hanks is from the South, and it was a very political argument. I remember Bosley getting on there and saying, I have no problem with Micah, and why are you making this political? He didn't. And that's the whole thing. Everything these days, it's like, okay, I don't like this person. I don't like what they're saying. I disagree. I know why I disagree, but my arguments alone aren't going to be enough to take this down. So how else can I completely attack this? Let's find some things about this individual that I can equate with something that's also atrocious, or that I can convince other people to think that that's the case.
Yeah.
And it's true. I used to work in talk radio. Yeah, I used to work for a conservative talk radio station. Oh, God, you know what? Across the hall, there was also a far-left liberal talk radio station. And I would go across the hall, and I would work at both of them. So my political radio
You're just a producer at that point, right?
I had to learn to be able to work on both sides, and all it did was made me an independent.
Well, Micah, you hypocrite.
I know.
You damn centrist.
We have no time for centrists.
They just showed me how much bullshit there was on both sides, and so yeah.
Right. Yeah. There you
Let me
go.
just say that outright. But planting myself firmly in the, dare I say, the middle theory camp, it causes me to look at things a little differently. And I think that's something that really I share with basically everybody right here. I look at the way that these conversations are framed in relation to a program like this. Graham Hancock is dangerous. Why is he dangerous? Well, because a lot of his ideas are dangerous. Why are they dangerous? Now, we can actually look at a lot of things that harken back to the 19th century, which did have a colonialist attitude. They were often less than kind to earlier precursor civilizations, North America and the for instance, true builders of the mounds, which I've visited numerous mound sites throughout North America. So I'm passionate about that stuff too. But I look at Graham Hancock and I'm like, okay, they didn't let him into to Serpent Mound. He's traveling all over the world and looking at all these things. He's looking at mythology.
And Micah, did you hear him read the reason that they gave him in the email, or the producers?
There's a lot of
wouldn't let him into the
controversy.
Serpent Mound.
There's a lot of controversy about that. I've spoken at length with Dr. Bradley Lepper, who's associated with the Ohio History Connection. I respect the hell out of him. But I love talking with Dr. Lepper, and I'm also very interested in what Graham has to say. I agree with Serpent Mound. I agree far more with Dr. Lepper. But I don't see why we have to shut down the conversation. We can't even have the conversation anymore. And that seems to be where the issue is.
Right.
Like before the conversation happens, it's like we have to identify this as being dangerous. We have to talk about how atrocious this guy is. People who 2 years ago wouldn't have said Graham Hancock was atrocious, now they are. And so not only is there this cultural thing where it's like find which team you're on and agree with everything they say. Don't make up your own mind.
Find your echo chamber and stick with it.
Yeah. Anyway, I could go on all night about it. And really, there are other things we could talk about because, with this crew, I want to get into some UFO stuff. But again, I do think it's been overtly politicized, unnecessarily so. And I'm concerned in any instance where we're saying let's shut down any further discussion. When we can't have free speech, open ideas, and open minds, what does that do for society, really? I'm a little concerned about that. I am.
Well, before we
across
get
the board, Micah,
into
totally
those questions and topics,
UFOs.
Micah, I just wanted to let folks know that they can find all things Micah Hanks at micahhanks.com. And this is a fantastic website. You can lose yourself in here. There's a very handsome guy there in a spelunking outfit. all the podcasts that Micah does. Micah does 17 podcasts a week. And that's in addition to all the stuff that he writes. And actually, I'm probably not too far off with 17, but there's lots of stuff. He's also a professional musician, quite the guitarist. And so you can find everything that you need right there at micahhanks.com.
Hey, Gil, does Amazon carry spelunking outfits?
You know, you probably have to ask Micah about that.
I don't know about spelunking outfits. I do know one thing, though. I'm still way overdue for a jam session with Chris O'Brien, the master.
There you go.
Keys right there.
Hey, man, you guys come to my house. I've got the drum set up in my music room. We'll jam.
Chris?
It'll be awesome. And Walter, you play an instrument too, don't you?
Me?
Yeah.
I own an Ibanez 6-string, which I haven't touched in a long.
Well, then you'll be the singer.
Is it Ibanez or Ibanez, or how do you pronounce it, Chris?
Ibanez.
Ibanez. Yeah.
It's Ibanez. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Now I know.
Don, you strike me as a saxophonist.
You know, I was just going to say, you read my mind.
You cannot be further from the truth. Back in grade school,
if I could just tell you something about the saxophone, Hillary and I really appreciate
they had a violin,
the
and I was
people.
curious about the violin. So I tried that for a year, didn't stick. Then I went to a trumpet. Okay.
I bet your parents loved you.
They
must have.
3-4 years on the trumpet, and then I gave that up. And then I gravitated to a Spanish guitar. Ooh. And I played that for a few years, but I haven't touched a guitar in, oh my God, probably 35, 40 years.
Well, it's never too late to pick up old habits.
So it's safe to say then we're not going to have Don perform Feliz Navidad for us on his...
Nope, not this year.
I could mail him a ukulele. That might work.
Me and Tiny Tim. Huh?
You know what? The next time we have a gathering like this,
let's do it in person. I know.
What do you mean the next time?
We should do.
You know how hard it was to get these guys to surprise Micah?
We should do something musical, no matter how bad some of us are.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
I'll go grab my guitar from downstairs. Don can grab his.
Grab mine. It's right over there.
Well,
I guess I can't play the drums because they're too loud. My neighbors would kill me, or they'd send the police after me anyway.
It'll have to be an event then where we can all gather, but you'll have to bring the drums to the event, you know. But I'll help you set them up. Don't worry.
Tessa D777 is here, and she says, "Give him a set of drums."
Yes,
she knows. Yes, she knows what I like.
It's been 100 years since I've spoken to Tessa, and of course, all the fine folks out there who are listeners of Into the Fringe. So. Thank you guys for all being here for this, what I didn't even know was going to be arguably one of the most epic evenings that I've ever
surprise.
I have a question that's a bit of a segue between the archaeology and the UFOs you want to talk about. How many of us here were on Ancient Aliens? Like all 4 of us?
I wasn't.
You know, I
never got an invite. Never.
Were you on, Chris?
Many times. Too many.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And you were on, Micah, right?
Well, you know,
they wanted me on that 6th season. I said, you guys shouldn't have made it through 4. I mean, you already covered everything.
I love the way you said that with disdain, yes. Chris.
Exactly. I was only in the background on an episode
like Marvin the Paranoid Android
until
the size of a planet, and they asked me to pick up a piece of paper.
Lord! But Walter, to answer your question, I finally gave in, and the reason why really quickly is because it hasn't aired yet, but I'm going to be on a forthcoming episode because they explicitly wanted to talk about the FAA.
Ancient Aliens?
Yeah. This is a new development, and I told him when I was there, I said,
listen, hi to Giorgio Tsoukalos for me.
I didn't see him there.
Bring a small set of scissors and find him while he's asleep and cut all of his hair off.
Well, I only had one thing to say to them. I said, damn it, next season I want Don Ecker on there. You understand? I want to see Don Ecker.
Yeah, baby. So now we're cooking.
They'll cancel the damn show, Micah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Walter, the long story short, it was the pilot sightings. You know, as you guys know, I've been following the pilot stuff with regard to UAP for a very long time. They had continually wanted to use imagery from the debrief. And I figured, you know, if I don't go on, you know, I mean, and Chris O'Brien is a very hard act to follow. Trust me, I know. I've had to speak out to him. And the guy gets up there and he talks about everything.
Well,
and I'm like,
and
I'm just talking about
he'll
UFOs.
make sure that doing the videography of your lecture, he'll make sure and make it, you know, all stuttery and, you know, move the tripod around so it's almost unwatchable.
But anyway, yeah. Long story short, I was up
kid.
there talking about, and it's not even anything ancient. I was talking about stuff that happened like 2 months ago, Walter. So. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, they had me on. They said, "Hey, we want you to talk about Werner von Braun, and here's the stuff we want you to cover." So I'm like, "Okay," you know. And it was totally cool, you know, to be on. And you know, a lot of people.
Schmatzy says Werner von Braun.
Yeah, all the there's the naysayers out there, ancient aliens. I'm like, I'm kind of proud of being on that. It was cool, you know. I was happy to be asked, and you know, I've got a lot of binging to do to catch up on all the seasons they've done on that show. But
it's just I don't know how they can milk that cow. They must have milked
17 seasons now.
It's
Are
just,
you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
They're just rehashing the same old stuff.
Yeah,
and,
they are. Yeah.
I thought the first 4 years. I mean, I was all for it, and they were coming and having me talk about this, that, and the other thing. But after that, I just said, "You guys, the show's run its course."
Yeah,
and they said, "Oh no."
You can't ask the question: is it possible that aliens came down to Earth and built the pyramids, Pumapunku? Göbekli Tepe, whatever. There's only so many ways you can ask that. Yes, it's possible. Goodbye.
There are a lot of interesting nuances there too, because I mean, first of all, everybody's saying, "Look at Graham Hancock. This is so dangerous." I'm like, yeah, you're saying that now because this is getting more attention than Ancient Aliens, and before it was that. Now, really, in truth, Graham doesn't go so far as to say aliens might have built this or that. I mean, he keeps
never. He'll never say that.
And I think that in decades past, that's why Graham, he always had pushback, but now, he's getting it because he's getting the most attention. Traditionally, it was the ancient astronaut theorist. And again, Don and I have talked about this. I don't look at these ancient monuments and say, well, gosh, how could this have been done? Therefore, aliens. I was talking with an archaeologist about this earlier tonight. And she said one of her instructors, who's an excellent American academic establishment archaeologist, but he said there's this sort of, how did she term it? She said there's like this sort of temporal racism is how she termed it, okay? Mm-hmm. And that's, that's kind of a strong term, but I'm using her wording. But what she's saying is that in even academic archaeology, we look back at ancient humans and say, oh, there's no way they could have done this or that. Yeah. Now, that's been the gripe that people have had about the ancient astronaut theorists. But the thing is that in mainstream archaeology, you see it all the time too. Well, people couldn't have done this. They didn't do that. And it's like, guys, for instance, look at the pyramids, okay? How were the pyramids built? Who here knows how the pyramids were built? How in the hell did they do that?
Right.
Now, I think humans did that.
Well, guys, the real game changer in the last 10 years, 15 years, has been Göbekli Tepe.
Oh, hell yeah.
That is the game changer.
Yeah. We would have ever given ancient people credit for being able to have a sophisticated mythocultural complex erected in stone well in advance of agriculture, and yet there it was, and it was buried under a hill in Anatolia, Turkey.
And why did they bury it?
I interviewed an archaeologist back on KGRA when I had DMR there. And during the course of discussing Göbekli Tepe, I said in passing, the people that were moving through there were probably refugees. Refugees from what? Well, what had just happened in that time frame? Younger Dryas.
Yeah.
Okay. The cessation of the ice sheets. I mean, North America up to one point had ice piled up over 2 miles in depth.
Yeah.
That water, where did that water go? Well, it probably went down into the Gulf of Mexico, raised the ocean, changed the currents running up to Europe, up to Great Britain. Younger Dryas happened, and who knows how many millions of human beings died, because a lot of them had to, because areas that had previously been above surface were now deep in the ocean, and the whole game. Not to mention what happened in the Sahara. You know, most people today are not aware the Sahara Desert only
used to be a
5,000
verdant,
6,000
lush,
years
green.
ago.
Yeah,
Exactly, with probably millions of human beings there, because it covers most of North Africa.
it was a rainforest at that time.
Well, yeah, it was. And now what is it? Sand dunes.
Well,
So something horrible happened.
And you've got a big portion of the Celts who went into Spain came from northern and northwestern Africa long ago, and they were likely the remnants of the civilization you're talking about. The very
You're absolutely correct, Walter. You're absolutely correct.
Well, and then the whole idea of Atlantis being actually a part of northwestern Africa, right off of where the Azores are, and that there was a huge river there back when that was more of a verdant, almost a tropical zone, and then. Again, we can talk about the ice ages and the Younger Dryas, but I love the theory about the huge asteroid or comet strike that they think hit in Canada and had just tremendous impact with the weather around the planet, and of course creating the potential of creating a flood, and which all ancient cultures essentially talk about.
Sure, and they mention that in a great degree in the series point. Ancient Apocalypse.
Yeah.
And something really quickly too, that a lot of folks who even aren't really in on all the archaeology of the Hancock show. It's funny how we were going to try and segue away there, Walter, and now we're right back into it, aren't we? But
every time I try to get out, he pulls me back in.
Yeah, but I look at like these cultural myths, and this is an interesting thing. I can give you several examples because I read Fingerprints to the Gods, and I was like, okay, there's some really great points in about half of this, and then the rest of it I'm kind of like, okay, Earth crustal displacement, and some of those Hapgoodian ideas, they've obviously been disproven, but there are still kernels of truth that maybe.
Well, okay, Micah, let me ask you a quick question. What about this? What about the fact that in quartz and stone, it's shown that the poles reverse, the magnetic poles reverse every, 350,000 years or something like that. And we're overdue for a pole shift by about that amount, 360,000 years.
We're in the midst of it right now.
Yeah,
the magnetic North Pole is racing. It's already in Siberia.
Yeah, there are south areas in the north, and there are north magnetic areas in the south. So what do you say to that?
Well, that's interesting. Geologically, there's evidence for it. And what's really weird is that in certain early Egyptian texts, there seem to be descriptions of the sun rising in a different part of the sky, which some have interpreted as being possibly a sudden shift. And yet again, a historical record of that. Now, I don't know about that, but that's what it sounds like.
No, the Inuit up in, towards the North Pole, the elders are saying the sun is moving. It's not coming up where it's supposed to. And this is recent, within the last 2 or 3 years.
Oh, and really?
Again, this goes back to that. This goes back to that point I was making earlier. For the longest time, we never would have given people credit that, there are astronomical alignments at these sites. It wasn't archeo back in the day because these were new. But now we can look at these archaeological sites and we can see these astronomical alignments. There are astronomical alignments.
And they had to build new temples and astronomical observatories all the time because the stars that they were looking at, the constellations that they were looking at, that would line up the sun.
Yeah, that's a precession of the equinox.
That's
exactly.
Right. Precession.
Yeah.
you got several factors, and in fact, you add precession along with axial tilt and then eccentricity of the Earth, and then you've got Milankovitch cycles, which govern periods of ice ages.
You guys know too much about flying saucers.
We know too much about everything. That's a problem.
And we're going to keep it to ourselves too.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? Any of the Men in Black.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Now-
you know what happens to those who know too much about flying saucers?
That's right.
Yeah.
Now,
Men in
one thing I
Black.
wanted to share with you guys, my brother went to one of these ancient aliens deals, and he brought this home for me, which is signed by Giorgio Tsoukalos.
Oh, cool.
And inside,
How much did he charge you for the signature?
I don't know, but he autographed. My brother gave it to me for my birthday, but he actually autographed the disc as well.
Whoa. You should have got shoulders to do it too.
And inside, there's a little gold
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
glider.
Yeah. God, I wonder how many of those he sold.
17 metric tons.
Yeah. Well,
But I've got
Right.
my baby Groot right here.
There
yeah.
you go. Groot.
There you oh Groot.
I went to
Guardians of the Galaxy there, Don. Well, I've got this talking raccoon.
Oh, there you go, the raccoon guy. Yeah.
Oh my
Rocky,
God,
Rocky
Walter,
Raccoon.
can you believe these guys are beating us in pop culture references?
I know, man.
I don't have any Guardians of the Galaxy stuff. I've got this whole thing over here, and not one is Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well,
You know, the
listen,
first
I know
time
for a
went-
fact, and I've tangled with him. Don Ecker can do pop culture from like plates
yeah.
to the present. All right.
Oh yeah,
You don't mess with Don Ecker.
You know, I know about one of
Oh, hey,
Don
look what Chris has
Ecker's.
got. Look what
That's a
Chris has
Hopkinsville
got there.
Johnson.
The
I know about one
Hopkinsville
of Don
Johnson.
Ecker's
Yeah.
favorite movies. Oh,
That's
okay. Well,
I like that.
Okay, this is getting real. Hang on. Let's see. I got to try and one up Chris O'Brien, Hopkinsville Goblin. Let me see what
we're
I can
gonna go there, Chris.
I gotta see if I got.
I'm gonna have to.
What about a Walton alien, huh? A
Well,
Nordic.
how did you get that?
Well, this was given to me by a friend and a UFO enthusiast many years ago. So let's
Yeah.
put her over here.
So I'm gonna have to one up all of you guys.
Okay.
But I think Chris will recognize this gentleman here.
Of course, yes, Pascagoula.
Yeah. Yeah. They broke the mold after that one.
The
Well,
ugly one.
I really debated on whether to tell you guys this or not, but
Oh, here it comes.
I got a friend
Yep.
that invented a time machine, and he took me back to the Alamo, and I got Bowie's knife before the Mexicans did.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. That's
And that
I'm not going to be
Walter,
crawling through your bedroom window anytime soon.
Now, Steve, what is this that I've got here? Well, a guy we know sent me a model of the robot from Forbidden Planet, and this is the Altera figure.
I
that
wonder
I'm in
who
the
that
middle of.
guy would be.
Yeah, I wonder who that guy would be, Cardinal. And this is my Altera figure, who the robot is holding.
Oh, right.
In his arms, and of course I customized her, if you'll notice.
Yes, you did.
I can't do it quite exactly the way it is on the box and in the movies. You know, I had to do something special, but yeah. Hey, the first time I went to Bogota, I was going to say, and I of course I went to the Gold Museum. I was there on the job. I wasn't there like on one of David's trips or anything. And so I went into town, went to the Gold Museum, and I was surprised at how
Now,
small.
I apologize, Walter. Was this when you were with the AFOSI or with the FBI?
Neither.
Is this with David Hatcher Childress?
No. This
Okay.
was when I was in counterterrorism. But anyway, the
NSA.
No.
No.
The NRO.
Don't even guess because he can't tell you, even if you get it.
You'd have to kill me. Okay. I'm sorry.
But I was surprised at how small those things actually are.
Yeah.
Like the little, like the thing Giorgio is the pin thing or
Yeah.
whatever that you got. That's the size of the thing at the museum. But it's still great to see. I mean, if you ever get it for whatever reason.
What are they, Walter? What are they?
They're the little, in the Gold Museum, the thing that looks like the little ancient airplane. The jet,
Oh, yeah,
you've seen them a million times. They are literally tiny. They're very small. And
well, here's her 1-to-1 sized reproductions.
Oh,
they're
okay,
only about an inch and a half long, I think, if even that.
Yeah, the Gold Museum is definitely a must see down there if you ever find yourself in Bogota. In fact, I liked Bogota a lot. I had to work there 4 times, I think, 3 or 4 times.
Did they ask you not to drink the water?
We drink bottled water. Pretty much everywhere we went, we would drink. Oh, there you go. Micah's got one. That exactly.
He does indeed.
Very cool. Very cool. Now, see, in my opinion,
That's the golden
to me,
flyer.
that was not a flying fish. I'm sorry. And that's what the naysayers, the
Well,
trash
according to
stories-
ancient
Yeah, but flying
aliens,
fish and birds don't have a vertical tail.
if you believe
That
the ancient
that
aliens,
that messes
thing,
everybody's theories up.
They
Yeah.
sized one of these things up to about a meter or so in length, and
And it flew great. It flew great.
and it flew. It's aerodynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like, come on,
And how old is it? It's BCE, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Well,
somebody
that was found in Maya ruins, wasn't it?
No,
Inca, I believe, was it not?
Inca.
it's pre-Incan.
It was pre-Columbian. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I have seen folks, and again, this may be a controversial statement. I've seen people say frog, insect. The damn thing looks like a plane to me.
Yeah,
a frog blowing.
and it flew when they sized it up.
Nothing that flies in nature has a vertical tail.
Thank
That's
you.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Colombia is the place with the lake that there was the gold raft that the king, when he was being coronated, they'd cover him with gold dust and stuff, and that's the lake that it's suspected that they dumped all their gold treasure into during the Spanish invasion when that was starting. And when you go to Bogota, you can take tours to this lake. I didn't get a chance to do it, but they commemorate it of the same era as the piece that Micah's showing. They have the little gold raft and king figure, which commemorates this story of this lake. And naturally, there are UFO stories associated with that lake, like there are with Lake Titicaca.
Titicaca, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was
How far is Lake Titicaca from Pumapunku? Do you know?
Chris, you're probably more up on the distance.
Are they in the same country?
But Peru, Bolivia.
Yeah,
They're both
it's
in Peru, right?
They're both in Peru, but Titicaca is in Peru and Bolivia.
Yeah.
It's
One
really
side is
big
Peru, the other side is Bolivia.
Gotcha.
Where's the Bolivia? Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I've never been down there. I did have a chance to do one of David's trips down there, and
down there with
yeah,
David Hatcher Childress.
Yeah, I went down there in 2003.
it's like a couple-hour bus ride, if I remember.
Yeah, something like that. It's
Yeah,
fairly close, but I was on the trip where I don't know if David ever told you about this, Chris, but in 2003, the boat that they had hired, I was on that trip where a storm suddenly rolled in while we were chugging.
Oh gosh!
The boat, get this tour boat, we find out, didn't have a boat motor in it. It had the motor from I think a VW Beetle or 2 of them or something. It had no running lights. I'm not exaggerating. It had no running lights. It had no radio. It had no compass. And where the skies turned black. I mean, it was like
So
the
you
beginning
can't
of
even
winter.
do Dead Reckoning.
I loaned the crew my strapped forehead light, and so that they could wave it around on the front. And they didn't get this. The storm was incredible, and they only had like 6 or 7 life jackets. And so there were a bunch of us without life jackets. There was lightning crashing all around the.
And this was in Lake
one of the
Titicaca?
greatest adventures of my life. I loved it.
Walter,
And
is this in Lake Titicaca?
this was on Lake Titicaca. That day
Okay.
it was beautiful. We'd gone out to the island of the moon, the island of the sun. I'm a great salesman for David's trips. I haven't been on one in a couple of decades, but my gosh, if you
But
can
you've
go
been on several.
I've been on
joined
2
him on a
Mexico
trip
and
before.
1 South America.
Now,
and it's
guys,
late.
we have a question. It is the second hour,
Yes.
so
Okay.
I have
Wow.
to officially change the background. This is
How
called
the time flies when
called
you're
Hole
time
in Time.
traveling, huh?
But we do have a question from the audience, from our viewers here, and anyone who wants to take this. You see, I said I was the first person that called. I was the first American that called you a Time Lord, Micah.
I really think you might.
I really think you might.
There we go.
Hello, Hattie. But the question is from Rick Roberts: did the Egyptians invent cocaine? Now, the
That is a question.
the reason that this is important is that when they did the really deep tests, and what I mean by that is not just the surface, taking a little bit of ancient bandage or whatever, but when they took, Q-tips or whatever they use, and they did the swab inside the mouth and inside all the bandages and all that kind of stuff, they did find traces of cocaine.
Well, they also
in an
found
ancient
tobacco.
Egyptian mummy.
Yeah, they found nicotine as well.
Yeah.
They found
Which is
nicotine.
only found in the Americas.
Yeah.
Right, in South America. So I'll take a quick stab at that. The only way the Egyptians could have gotten that was from transatlantic trade, which tells me it's very possible the Phoenicians were traveling to South America. They had contacts there, and they were trading whatever for coca leaves and tobacco.
Yeah, look at some of the big Olmec heads. They look like African warriors. I mean, they don't correspond to any.
Look at the Easter Island heads. They look like huge warriors. Now, what's funny, Chris, is I wrote 6 pages for the Church of the Subgenius's 4th book, which was called Revelation X, the Bob Apocryphon. And in that
Hail Bob.
pages, Hail Bob, praise Bob.
All hell, Bob, yes.
And in those 6 pages, I mentioned that the heads that you see on Easter Island were frozen in stone because the Deros, the detrimental robots from beneath the hollow earth, were running away and fleeing from the Nazi aluminum hell creatures from beneath the hollow earth. And those Nazi aluminum hell creatures.
What kind of
turn them to
psychedelics
stone.
were you doing, Gil?
No, I was just writing goofy science fiction for the Church of the Subgenius.
Yeah,
Which tells
under
you a
the
lot
under the guise of testing psychedelics, right?
No,
Okay.
no, they're just potheads mostly. But
There is one of the Deros of which Gil
there you
speaks
go.
right there. It's
let
so
me-
funny you'd mentioned
Let me
shaver.
make you big, and you can show that to us again there.
This is the AUP book on Lost Continents of Hollow Earth that includes I Remember Lemuria by Richard Shaver, and this is
The Shaver Mysteries,
this
That's Darrow.
figure right
the
here.
detrimental robots.
Look at that
And a
Darrow
lot
with
of
his
people
chiseled
forget.
chest and his proboscis.
Yes.
A lot
Yeah,
of people forget
And
that
that's
there was
I think
also
right
he
there.
definitely has done a lot of cocaine.
a lot of people forget that there's also the Teros.
Yes.
Yes.
Teros and the Teros.
Good.
Speaking
I
of robots,
That looks like
Okay.
a
Nick
Blade Runner type
Redfern's
deal.
brand new book, just got it the other day,
Whose is it?
Runaway
Nick Redfern.
Science.
Okay.
Nick Redfern.
Oh, wow. Well, like I
True
said,
stories of raging robots,
yeah.
and high-tech horror.
But
there
but
you go.
what I was saying, Don, is that in my little just sort of goofing around science fiction for the Church of the Subgenius, I wrote that they were trying to flee from these underground Nazi aluminum hell creatures from beneath the hollow earth, and the aforementioned Nazi aluminum hell creatures from beneath the hollow earth cast a spell that turned them to stone, and only their heads made it above the surface. But the rest of their bodies were still in stone under the ground. And it turned out I was right. That goofy little thing that I wrote for the Church of the Subgenius in their 4th book, it's called Revelation X, the Bob Apocryphon, and it's got so many credits in it. You have to go down to the the second of the three, and it says cardinal sin about 2/3 of the way through there. That's where my name comes from. Cardinal. I'm a cardinal in the Church of the Subgenius. I'm cardinal sin.
We got to talk about this church for a moment, because I remember a peculiar legend of a Y.B. Adamski, this doctor who disappeared in the Pine Barrens many, many, many years ago.
I think you're mixing your myths.
No,
Micah.
I'm not. No,
Micah, you're mixing your myths. Say that 5 times with marbles in your mouth.
No.
No, the New Jersey Pine Barrens, or
there was a doctor, a Y.B. Adamski, who went missing in the New Jersey Pine Barrens.
Right.
Listen, what I'm talking about is, there was a recruitment attempt where they attempted to recruit me into the Church of the Subgenius many years ago. But being conspiratorial as I was, I looked at this story and I noticed all the obvious, intermixings of different mythology. And I thought this was obviously an intelligence operation. I thought it was the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, perhaps a certain special agent, not necessarily one who's here with us tonight. But I was certain that there was
the Church of the Subgenius is just written by a bunch of Texan potheads and musicians, and then it sort of caught on, and all the weirdos around the world joined up, and now it's it's so big that we have a cache of weapons bigger than they had in Waco, Texas, and 2 nuclear weapons.
Oh, wonderful! I think.
Well, someday, Gil, we ought to do this, and I can tell you about a military intelligence operation I ended up in the middle of at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida.
I think
for
we've
2 weeks.
We've already talked about that on the show, haven't we?
Oh. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, yeah.
I heard it elsewhere, but yeah, that's a cool.
Please, Don, please do tell.
Yeah, that's an interesting little bit there.
Well, it was. I don't want to hijack the show.
No, go ahead. That's why we invited you.
I'm a Time Lord. I'm the one who says what happens around here, and you, sir, you have our permission.
You have the floor. That's right.
Well, in 94,
it's Micah's show.
94.
And you can talk
at
over him.
UFO Magazine. I got a call from the Walt Disney people in Orlando, Florida. Now, Disney's got an outfit down there, and they got one here in Anaheim. And they said, look, we'd like you to host and put together a 2-week UFO symposium with the top researchers that in the field to come down on 2 different weeks. One group in week 1, one group in week 2. We'll fly you down. We'll put you up. Of course, everybody else too. And
this was
we'll
ultimately
feed you.
to promote their ride, the extraterrestrial.
That's correct, which is no longer in operation.
I don't think it ever operated.
Isn't that right about the time they did the documentary that never was aired, or
that was at the tail end.
Of it, yeah.
The very show. And guess who they didn't ask to appear in the documentary?
Ooh.
You.
Me. The guy that put it together, okay? So anyway.
No, instead they had Robert Urich do it, who's a total square.
No. I didn't mean host it. I meant
just appear in the documentary.
Yeah, but you should have been the host in the documentary instead of Robert Urich, whose big claim to fame at that point was being the number 2 guy that went after Dirty Harry.
Well, Spencer
Well, that's
for
it.
hire.
Yeah, but
So anyway,
I'm not saying I have any lost love, for
I called
Robert
up
Urich,
every top-notch researcher that I could contact. I had Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr.'s son.
flight surgeon,
George.
10,000
What?
hours of flight time.
Yeah. Did you want to tell it, Gil?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I got him. I had George Knapp. I had Zachariah Sitchin. I had Kevin Randall. I had Don Schmidt, Dr. Barry Taff. I had Clifford Stone before he went completely off the rails back in those days. I mean, it was a top-notch effort. And any group that could have gotten all these people together in one setting could have brought in probably 10,000 people to see them talk over a period of a week or two. So I get this all set up. Now, it was just Vicki and I and one other person, my wife and I, and one other person running UFO Magazine. So I was leaving the magazine for 2 weeks. Now,
and Don, I have a quick question, just a point of clarification. Was Vicki the editor-in-chief or the publisher of UFO Magazine, or both?
all of the above.
Okay, thank you.
All of the above. So I get down there and I start meeting the first group of people that come in, and they put us up at the Disney Resort, and it was a nice place. I did not make one red cent doing this.
Wow.
It was gratis. Okay. The whole bloody thing was gratis. Now, the reason I agreed to that was I had a business manager that was representing my interests, and I had met her through my buddy Dwight Schultz, the actor. You know, Lieutenant Broccoli on Star Trek, Howling Mad Murdoch on the A-Team.
Oh yeah, Matt Murdock, right?
Right. And she said, you know, if you do a good job for these guys, she said, they probably will hire you in the future. So I recommend you do it like that. So I thought about it, and I finally acquiesced. So I went down there. Now,
It's kind of like when they ask you to write a spec script.
so I get down there on day number 1. Okay. We all file in. We're all ready to give our talks, our lectures, and so forth. And there's no fucking buddy in the fucking audience at all.
Oh my God.
Nobody.
You mean that they
Okay.
didn't promote it?
They didn't promote it.
They did not spend. Disney did not spend a nickel. on promotion.
Inconceivable.
Nobody knew. Nobody knew that this thing was happening. And this was for both weeks. Now, I got to tell you, I put on my detective hat because at the time I was furious. And Bud Hopkins got up in week 1 in the middle of the week and left. Didn't even tell me goodbye. Didn't say thanks for the effort. Nothing. Just got up and walked out. He was so incensed that there was no audience there.
Ouch.
The heaviest day at this event we may have had in an auditorium that would have seated probably 500 people. We may have had a dozen people. So I was involved when I was in the Army in Vietnam. I was involved with military intelligence stuff. And I thought about that. Now, what was most prevalent concerning the culture in January of 1995? The internet was nascent. It was practically nil, okay? Oh, you could get on the internet. You could go to BBS's, but it's
The internet
nothing.
was there, but not the World Wide Web.
Exactly.
Well, it
Nothing
took
like
Netscape.
that.
It took Netscape and the desktop browsers to.
Mozilla.
Yeah.
So what conceivably, when you look at the amount of money that was spent to take all of us down there, put us up, feed us, give us super passes to the entire park on our off time, it had to cost a bundle. Somebody paid a hell of a lot of money, but okay, nobody showed up. So I'm thinking about it, and then it hit me. This had to be an intelligence
Yep.
fishing operation. They couldn't find out what Kevin Randall or George Knapp or Zachariah Sitchin or Jesse Marcel Jr. was doing by going online. What better way than to get them right there and tell you up front? So, you know, and most people today have practically no idea or knowledge about this. And then they filmed this documentary, okay, with Robert Urich, okay. What's his name? Iger, who was the CEO of Disney at the time, opens this documentary up with, I might add, his own camera crew. He brought in Disney people.
It wasn't Eisner?
Yeah. It was Eisner.
He brought in his own crew, okay, to shoot him. Then not the one that they hired for the entire documentary. And then when it was done, officially they showed it twice. They showed it with no announcement. Nobody knew it was going to be on. One time at 3:00 in the afternoon. Who the hell would have seen it? Nobody. And the next time they showed it, it was after midnight. Once again, not announced.
Yeah, it was like 3:00 in the morning.
So, I mean, what the hell could that be about?
Well,
Think
space fans, you can go online and find copies of it now. It's on the internet. So.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube.
But the point is, it was completely useless at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Doesn't make sense.
They made Don go through all this work for nothing, and they didn't even promote it. The only people that showed up were probably people that were already going to Disney World, or was it Disneyland?
I know one person that did was Dr. John Altshuler, and he claims when he got there were no rooms available, and they asked some guy who had a double bed room if he would mind having a roommate for the weekend. Wow. And this is from the horse. This is Altshuler told me this, and so Altshuler was like, well, I had a reservation. I want a room. They said, well, this is your only option. Either that, or you got to go into Orlando or wherever the heck the closest hotel was. And so he went up there, and he said at one point, I think it was in the morning, the guy was in the bathroom looking in the mirror, and Altshuler was asleep in bed, and he woke up, and he kind of turned and looked and saw the guy in the bath. Guy turned around, and he had vertical snake pupils in his eyes. And Altshuler said that he never got out of a hotel that fast ever in his life. Now he told nobody else told me this. He told me this, and I think it was at that particular so-called conference that.
Oh, there's a lot of weirdness about that. Believe me, there was a lot of weirdness.
Yeah. Well, he was putting in I think he was putting in his normal human, eye contacts, and he turned as he was doing it and looked at him, and it just freaked him out.
So there was a lizard man there. Chris.
There was a lizard man there, according to Altshuler.
Now
I'm just reporting the news.
I do have some actual questions apart from the David Icke bullshit. Let's touch a little on the news. Now, Micah, at the debrief, it says that new research claims to observe quantum entanglement in the brain, suggesting that a quantum brain might solve the hard problem of consciousness. What are the implications vis-a-vis uploading consciousness into a virtually immortal body, as per Ray Kurzweil's 2045 prediction for the singularity?
Well, the problem right there, and first of all, kudos to Tim McMillan, my buddy there, who wrote that article. And I'm interested in consciousness, but we don't know really what consciousness is. I mean, the main thrust of that article is trying to figure out how we understand the so-called hard problem of consciousness, which I've also written about in actually the fairly recent past as well. And to me, before we can replicate this with a computer system, we hear about the Neuralink and all these kinds of things that
there's been a lot of stuff about Neuralink in the news lately.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Elon Musk seems pretty confident that we're going to be able to do this. I'm not so sure that we're going to be able to do it as quickly as he's saying.
Have you seen the fancy graphic about how they put the little lead up in through the major vein, and then it grows all these little cells next to it? Have you seen that really interesting graphic?
I haven't, and maybe they're really going to do something that will surprise all of us.
They don't even know if consciousness is seated in the brain. Consciousness may be seated in all those extra strands of DNA that we have.
The brain may even be a receiver for consciousness.
Exactly.
John Joe McFadden of East Surrey University, I believe, proposed an idea that consciousness actually is stored in the electromagnetic field produced by the brain, right? So, but think about this. Now, look. Here's something interesting to consider. Like right now, the B-21 Raider, the most advanced aircraft supposedly on the Earth.
Here we go.
And that not having anything to do with all the the prospective aircraft that we haven't heard about, like Aurora. Talk about some fun conversation. We could get into that. But here's the thing. That aircraft, and actually there's a lot we could say about the history of secret aircraft, why B-21 Raider was rolled out before it's ever flown and shown to the whole world versus all the other aircraft that purportedly have existed, have never been shown. I have a lot to say about that. But the cloud and the open systems design with the B-21, I mean, like the architecture of that aircraft, yeah, it looks a lot like a B-2. It doesn't look unlike, in other words, other existent stealth aircraft. Well, what they're able to do is they're able to upload essentially all of the mechanics, or at least the soft system.
You mean they're 3D printing the new stealth bomber?
No, I'm saying that the software that can control it is easily upgradable, unlike its predecessors.
Right, because it can be remotely piloted.
Because now they have
fly
one,
that thing
and
remotely.
they're
like
only
a
going to
drone,
roll
yeah.
out 5 in 5 years.
But the point I'm trying to make here is that, I mean, again, we've got highly advanced technology that allows uploading of essentially the internal mechanisms that control that craft, but to do that with a human being is a very different thing.
Yeah.
And even as aspirational as Musk and some of these guys are, I just don't think we're to the point yet, frankly, where we have unraveled the consciousness mystery enough to understand how we can do that. So is consciousness here? Is it stored outside the brain? Is it something that is, in our DNA? I mean, is it something that is an illusion, like Daniel Dennett and others have argued? Some say that consciousness is merely an illusion, and it's just a byproduct of the operating system, which is so intricate that we don't even understand, what consciousness is versus the workings of what's happening neurally here. We haven't figured all that out. I'm very skeptical of the whole idea that we're going to, within the next 10 years or so.
Well,
I agree.
I have a very, very short little personal experience about consciousness. On Easter Sunday, 1972, which was April the 2nd, I was severely wounded in Quang Tri province in Vietnam. Okay. Right. I ended up being flown down to Phu Bai and from there to the 95th Evacuation Hospital in Da Nang. They rushed me into surgery and I died on the operating table. Now, obviously, they revived me. I mean, here I am. But during that period, and it was well over a minute, I can recall the experience vividly. I was OBE, okay, but I was conscious, and I found myself, or whatever it was, the essence, I guess, of me. I was floating up into the air, going higher and higher. When I looked down, I saw them working on me. And let me tell you what, talk about just contented, self-satisfied, not a worry in the world. In retrospect, it's freaky, okay? It's very freaky.
Sure.
But the bottom line was, suddenly, I guess when they refired my heart, boom, I was back in there. And the next thing I knew, I was in ICU recovering. So, that's something that has stuck with me from that day. And it's very, very freaking weird. Very weird.
In the chat room right now, Don, they're saying you are a Frankenstein. What do you have to say?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
What did you see in that OBE, Don?
Me.
Oh,
that's
you saw
all
yourself
I saw.
lying
He was outside his
table.
body, seeing himself and everything that was happening. Which, I mean, you hear those
Did they have a piece of paper on a shelf so that you could read what was on it and later tell them?
Gil, I got to tell you, bud, I didn't care about nothing. If they would have just let me lay there, I was fine with that.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Has this changed your mind or maybe helped concrete your position about life after death or an afterlife?
Oh, I never had a doubt. Okay, I never had a doubt.
Especially after this.
Yeah, well, even before that,
Yeah.
and I'm a firm believer that the soul, or whatever that is, the essence, the spirit, whatever you want to label you want to put on it, is recycled.
Mm-hmm.
I am positive I was here before, and I am probably going to be here again at some point after I shed this mortal coil. So that's just where I'm at.
Well, hopefully you'll reincarnate into the past, because I don't think there's going to be much of a future.
You know how long people have been saying that.
Well, but how long have we had climate change data? That's
endless future. And this
Hey, I remember when the next great climate threat was another ice age, guys.
Yeah.
Frozen.
Now
Earth,
it's warming.
You know, look, I am absolutely a person who follows the science. And, you know, Don and I have had long conversations on his program about this. So anthropogenic global warming, I know a lot of people are still resistant to that idea, but I mean, to me, the abundance of the scientific data points to the fact that humans are affecting the climate. Now, let me just also say, having been somebody who has studied paleoclimatological data and who has worked on archaeological sites that clearly show that at the end of the last ice age, we had climate change that was occurring, tremendous amounts of it, and abrupt climate change too. When we talk about the Younger Dryas, I know it's coming all the way back to the opening conversation here, but you know,
the circle of life.
Some paleo climatologists have referred to the Younger Dryas. Whatever you may think that is, keep in mind a lot of people associate that explicitly with an asteroid. Now, I think that the proxy data, especially platinum anomalies that are found at the Younger Dryas boundary,
level.
And again, a colleague, a friend of mine, and one of the most, frankly, the best.
Dr. Goodyear.
It's not Dr. Albert Goodyear, but Dr. Christopher Moore. He's one of the best damned scientists I've ever known. And also one of the most humble, sweet people that you've ever met. But
and of course, Randall Carlson points this out.
Randall had been talking about a cataclysm.
Ancient apocalypse.
Listen. Randall had been talking about a cataclysm to me for years. Mm-hmm. Then I went and started, volunteering time on archaeology sites, and we'd be out there. And Chris Moore, the first time I met Chris, Chris has got like a 5 o'clock shadow and a bill cap on, and he takes us out to the site, and he's just the most down to earth guy. This is the geoarchaeologist, the multidisciplinary scholar, and frankly, academic Superman who actually detected the platinum anomaly in the Younger Dryas boundary. And the Nature paper a few years ago that talked about this, it was Dr. Moore who led that study. Okay, this guy is a Superman. And I'm telling you, the data, the science to me shows that clearly there is something that we can correlate with an extraterrestrial source of rare earth element platinum, i.e. something like an asteroid or a comet impact. Now, that said, there's still some debate about whether that is the cause of the Dryas. So no matter what you attribute it to, thermohaline circulation disruption from glacial melt into the Atlantic, call it what you will or attribute to it what you want. There are many paleoclimatologists who call the Younger Dryas the model for abrupt climate change, and that occurred well in advance of there being any possibility of there being an anthropogenic component. Now, I'm not, and let me be very clear because people will always try to twist this up and turn it around. I'm not saying at all that there is some sort of alternative explanation for climate change as we know it in the modern era. But I am saying that there is paleoclimatological data that clearly shows that climate changes similar to that can occur without human influence. So we do need to take multiple factors into account. And this is why I brought up Milankovitch cycles earlier. Again, that also, eccentricity of the Earth, its wobble, right? The precession, and then also the axial tilt. All these factors do influence climate changes that occur on Earth. But we as humans are also a huge factor too.
Well, you know what, Micah? What nobody talks about are the cycles that our star go through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now that has a vast effect. On
an 11-year. Correct me if I'm wrong, Don, but like an 11-year cycle, right? Where the sunspot activity peaks and then they just die off, right?
And then it just dies off. Yes.
Yeah, but there is a cumulative effect of the sun is actually slightly warming, and they can tell that by observing these storms on the big gas plants. They're seeing that there's more activity since the dawn of modern astronomy. They're actually noting that it appears that something is heating up the solar system, and it's obviously the sun is getting slightly hotter, and that has a tremendous impact. It may be one of those elements that people just aren't factoring in.
Well, nobody also discusses two of the greatest polluters today on this planet. Actually, North America, the United States, Canada, has cleaned up their act dramatically.
Yeah.
Okay, but
That's very
nobody
true.
mentions China.
They have one coal plant coming on
Every
a day or a week, right? Rather,
every
yeah,
week.
one a week. So 52 a year.
And
Wow.
that's unconscionable.
Yeah.
It is.
But if we talk about it, we're racist.
Yes.
Okay, we're
And
homophobic.
misogynists
We're
and
anti-Muslim.
homophobes. Yeah.
Come
We're
on,
ists and
come on.
phobes. My good God.
Again, one has to be very careful about injecting the politics into all of this. Again,
They've injected it
But it
already.
is politics.
Yeah.
well, it has to be.
Micah, where have you been for the last 17 years?
Where have I been for the last hour? Damn it! I'm not-
Hanks!
I
I'm
think
not
that's
talking
what he's saying is the other people who level these accusations,
Exactly.
we
Yeah.
need to stop, bringing the politics into it because,
No.
as Don's pointing out, it's not a political issue; it's an actual industrial fact.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, Don, I mean, you're right. Yeah, I get it. I mean, but God Almighty, and that's the issue to me. If we talk about the actual science, it's often a little more nuanced.
Wait. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry to
Am I in
interrupt,
trouble
Micah.
again? What did I do this
the
time? Joe?
The science of what?
Which science are we talking about? Right now, we're talking about paleoclimatology, I think.
A paleoclimatology. All right. Thank you. Please
Okay,
continue.
yeah. I'd still been hoping we were going to get into the dark side hypothesis with Don Ecker here tonight.
Well, we will. I've
Yeah.
got questions
Look,
galore.
hey,
Now,
hold on.
now that Lear's gone, we can talk about it.
I know it's
right.
a show, but let me geek out for just a minute, all right?
Please,
Back in the day.
Micah, geek
Hey, when I
out
was
to
a
the
kid,
max.
I'd be listening to all the shows, and I'd always hear Don Ecker, and I'd always think, "Oh man, I'll never measure up. This guy would never want to talk to me." And the first time Don Ecker invited me on his show, I was sweating in my boots. I'm like, "What am I going to do?"
You
we
were
had the best
sweating bullets,
conversation.
weren't you?
But the reason we had the best conversation was because, even though I'm like, God, how is my UFO knowledge going to measure up to this guy? Look at how little we've talked about UFOs tonight. This group right here. That's the thing that happens with the magic of Don Ecker and Walter Bosley and Chris O'Brien. I mean, like the conversation,
Micah
you never
Hanks.
know where it's gonna go. And the first time Don and I were on, Don's like, "Micah, I want to ask you about Atlantis," and I'm like,
Oh boy, here we go.
I did all this like prep on like UFO stuff. He says, "Now, Michael, I want to ask you about Solon." And when he goes down to Egypt, I'm like, "Oh, really?" And
Actually, one of our
tonight, you can tell, ladies and
one
gentlemen.
of our viewers is called Solon the Lich.
Well, there you
For
go.
anyone that's played Dungeons and Dragons, a lich is an undead king,
Yep.
and if you're below level 10, you must run in fear.
Yes, that's
So,
true.
Yeah.
That's my little Dungeons and Dragons
Yeah,
edition for the.
You're out of my wheelhouse with that one.
Maybe Groot is here to
Totally
protect
geeked out.
Yeah, World of Warcraft player here. They have an expansion that was all based on the Lich King. So
Did they really? Well, that's funny because that's redundant. A lich
It
is
is,
an
right?
undead king, so a lich king would be an undead king.
See,
or
there
an
you are.
undead king.
Yes.
Yes. I remember the Lich fondly from the very first Final Fantasy on 8-bit Nintendo.
If it's a Final Fantasy, this is my
The first
Micah.
Final Fantasy,
This
I
is
know,
my
right?
serious question. If it's the final fucking fantasy, why are there 17 of them?
I
the first
remember
one.
I remember 7 of 9 in her first appearance on Star Trek. Oh yeah, Star Trek Voyager in her cat suit. Oh my
Oh, yeah.
God.
Jerry Ryan was hot in Dark Skies.
Jerry Ryan is hot, period.
And in Dracula 2000.
There you go.
Indeed. I have to fetch another artifact. Carry on without me. I shall return. Yet
All right,
again.
I'm going to open
Uh-oh.
a dad juice while you're gone.
Hey, real quick, just briefly, The thing about the B-21, there's if you look at it, it was made of all pre-existing technology. There's very little that is new technology in that B-21. If you're familiar with Ward Carroll, he's former Navy RIO, and he has an excellent YouTube channel. He's got a recent guy on there, former Air Force pilot, who is experienced in procurement and all this kind of stuff. And he comes on there and does a great breakdown of the B-21 and how they were able to come in under schedule and get this under budget. I thought,
wait, that's an oxymoron.
Exactly.
That never happened.
Under budget. But I agree. When I heard that they rolled it out, but they haven't done the test flying yet, that caught my attention too. I was like, wait a minute.
And the rollout was such a letdown. They had curtains across this thing's wings, so all you could see was the top of it, which looked like a flying saucer.
Well, which brings up the point. Maybe it's like a bait and switch thing for press attention, because they've been so late with the UFO report, and so hey, let's show the folks what we got going on.
It could be, but also don't discount the message. Right now, we're in a big saber rattling period, and there's a lot of military industrial complex empire building.
With whom?
And they want
Walter.
China.
Walter, we're in a big saber rattling match with whom?
Vladimir Putin.
With various parties, China, Putin.
China doesn't stand a chance against the United States.
We are still.
They have one aircraft carrier. We have 10.
Well, they also have those Pacific islands that they have created.
Yeah, let them take the islands. We'll kick their ass right back to China.
No. Everything that's really important is circling around above us.
There's military experts.
They're here to watch. Sure.
No, we've got weapons platforms in space, so we're not the only ones.
Oh yeah. Totally, I agree with that.
Oh, do you think that the aliens have rail guns in space?
No.
They don't need rail guns.
No. The U.S., Russia, China, possibly
Russia can't even handle invading Ukraine, much less go up against the United States. Come on, Chris.
No, sorry, I disagree.
I agree.
I disagree.
Russia is not a threat. They're not even a superpower. China has only advanced technologically in the 20th century.
Okay. All it would take was 3 airbursts of
full disclosure. They got nukes, dude.
I know that.
EMP pulse would send this entire continent back to the Dark Ages.
I've heard.
Mutually assured destruction is something.
No, it's not. EMP won't kill anybody. With the actual explosions, maybe some of the radiation might, but
now we have a question, actually a comment from the Bodhisattva Kid. He says the dark satellite would tend to disagree. Now I'm not sure if he means the dark night satellite.
Probably.
Does anyone have anything to say about that?
The one that we've never actually seen photos of, because the photo that they like to parade out has literally been proven
to be space junk.
That it was, space junk. But see, in my mind, it's like, okay, that particular thing is space junk, but I still want to see something that totally debunks and disproves that there is a dark night satellite up there. Just because that piece of space junk doesn't mean there's not some nugget of truth to the dark night satellite thing. What about
the thing about the dark night satellite, that idea conceptually, if you recall Duncan Lunan back in the 70s, I think, proposing that maybe we're dealing with something along the lines of a Bracewell probe, a kind of probe is placed either at a Lagrange point or someplace else that's, it doesn't necessarily, unless it has artificial intelligence.
Or on the moon. Right?
Or on the moon, at some location off planet, so that it can intercept our radio signals and then fire those back at us. and that way, this is brilliant if you think about it. You don't have to communicate. All you have to do is just repeat the signals that it receives and send them back. And the crazy thing is that, I mean, for the better part of the last century, there have been instances where people have described these so-called long delay echoes.
Right.
Yeah.
And Lunan had thought, okay, those might actually be something like this, a repeater, something out there at a Lagrange point, sending these back to us. The idea of probes has really gotten me thinking in recent days because, they've expanded this idea of von Neumann probes. And I saw Kaku talking about this in a video recently where he's talking all about what a von Neumann probe is. And essentially, for anyone who doesn't know, just a self-replicating probe that can be dispersed throughout the universe and as they travel.
Yeah. We're not talking about alien anal probes here. This is a totally different conversation.
By the way,
we want to make that clear.
Different kind of alien probe. Right. but here's the thing. Imagine, Kaku's talking about this, and at the end of this video he did on this, he's saying, and in 2001, A Space Odyssey, those are von Neumann probes. And I'm like, the monoliths? And at first I was like, what? And then it struck me, I'm like, my gosh, okay, so what if the artificial intelligence is something that guides humans, okay? And then I'm starting to think, okay, remember when Vallée back in the 70s started talking about a control mechanism?
Right.
Yeah.
And now the modern interpretation of some of the von Neumann probes is the idea of this lurker probe. In other words, a probe that might not be easily detectable. And then extend that to UAP. What a UAP? Well, you remember that? The artist formerly known as UFOs. You guys remember back when they called them that?
The rebranding.
Well, okay, but let's call a spade a spade. Micah,
Yeah.
But look,
We've already been taken over by aliens, and they're called fungi.
Micah,
And they've been programming us for millennia.
you are the only guest that I have that refers to UFOs as UAP, and then later in your conversation, you call them UFOs.
Allow me
I'm
to give you a
curious about
caveat.
why you do that. Are you aware that you do that?
Oh yeah, I am absolutely. I have to
Yeah.
be because the thing is,
Why do you start with UAP, which is a government term,
Well, he's kind of
and then
talking
go
to the
Well,
newbies.
UFO was originally a government term.
Chris,
Well,
true. Yeah.
J. Allen
Chris,
Hynek
okay.
invented it, but
See, okay, so Chris just nailed it, but building on what he and then Don and Walter all kind of chimed in on there, let us not forget that after they were flying saucers, they were UFOs because flying saucer was not descriptive enough. I mean, if anything, it was too descriptive. They aren't all saucers, so we need something more ambiguous. Then when UFO becomes obsolete, we have to start calling them UAP.
Well, that was Ruppelt, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Didn't he come up with the term?
I believe Ruppelt did,
oh,
yeah.
yes, yeah, Edward Ruppelt. I'm sorry.
Which everybody calls him the first director of Project Blue Book, but technically he was
Project
I don't think
Sign.
he was affiliated with that.
Well,
he was
well,
affiliated
he was-
with Project Sign and Project Grudge.
Yeah, he was the last director of Project Grudge. He took over the new Project Grudge, as he said in the report on unidentified flying objects, and he called the book that because he was the first one to use that expression.
Oh, and they pulled the plug on him on the television show.
No, that was
No, that was
That
Keyhole.
was Donald Keyhole.
Donald Key. I'm sorry.
And boy,
I get
that's
those two
fascinating.
mixed up. My bad.
that. I'd play the audio, but I don't want you to get another strike against
No,
you.
if I get another copyright strike, it's goodbye, Cardinal Sin.
But I've got the audio, and man, it's interesting because that's
No,
exactly
you can play
what
the audio. Sure.
Keyhole.
If you have it handy.
Oh, you can do audio?
Sure.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me see if I can find that Kehoe then. Because, Don, you especially will appreciate this. I always have an audio soundbite.
Now, I want to mention before we go into the audio that anybody that's interested in being eligible to win Micah's book, which I believe is his best book and a fascinating read, the UFO Singularity, must go to the URL on your screen, bit.ly/into-the-fringe. And you can go ahead and make yourself eligible to be on the spinner wheel. And once we spin the wheel, our lucky winner will win that book.
Yeah, and I'll kick in a stock in the herd too.
Ah!
Wow, great.
That's
Walter,
a really worth winning right
You
there.
want to kick in a book for?
We just had a mutilation report last night outside of Salinas, Kansas.
Well,
by the
I was
way,
gonna ask you
and then the
about that.
cousin of that one had one a month ago. The cousin of the guy that owned that cow.
Walter, should we make it a threefer?
Oh, you got two now?
Yeah, we got Micah, UFO Singularity. We got Stalking the Herd from Chris. He's offered. Would you like to offer a third giveaway?
Let me offer.
Maybe I Will See You in Time.
Nah. Let's give them something nonfiction. Shimmering Light.
Yeah.
Shimmering Light.
Yeah.
Shimmering Light. Okay, great.
By the way,
I'm sending Gil a number of signed UFO magazines. So Gil, feel free to take one out of that bunch.
No, those are mine.
I just want to make a correction. We've been talking about the Black Knight satellite.
Yeah.
I did it too. The Dark Knight, but it's Black Knight satellite for those.
It's tis but a scratch.
The Black Knight satellite. Okay, now really quickly, as I promised, I do have this audio soundbite if we want to hear this.
Chris, can you hold that up again?
I'm ready. I'm hearing.
Let me do a test really quickly and make sure that we can just hear. Let me see here.
Hold it back.
Let me test this really quickly. Is this coming through here, Gil?
Yes.
Am I coming through loud and clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're now going to hear Donald Kehoe go off script. What happens when he did.
And now, Mr. Edwards, I would like to make a disclosure, something which has never been revealed to the public. For the last 6 months, our committee has been working with a Senate committee which is investigating official secrecy on UFOs. If the hearings are held, open hearings, I feel it will prove beyond doubt that the flying saucers are real.
And there he went, ladies and gentlemen.
Was this in 1952?
I think it was
58.
58. That late? No, it was earlier than that, Don.
It was with Mike Wallace.
Thank you, Major Kehoe.
Thank you,
One of the
Major
most eminent men of
Oh
science.
yeah. Okay.
They thank him. Yeah, after they fought him.
Wallace wasn't. He wasn't on the air yet in '52.
No,
Right.
but that's the show that it.
Somebody in the chat, please Google search that for us.
If it was
We
58,
can't be bothered. We're running the show.
in my opinion, 58 is going to prove increasingly to have been a very significant year in whatever's going on with secrecy in UFOs and whatever our classified space program was.
Okay,
I write about.
I
this in
apologize
part
for
one.
cutting in. Apparently, we're having some problems with the URL. So, if you want to be eligible to win Micah's book, The UFO Singularity, please type Uamua into the chat to enter the giveaway.
Do they know how to spell Omu?
Yeah.
have to spell it
Why don't you put in a harder?
You don't
A
have
harder
to spell
term.
it. You don't have to spell it correctly.
How about?
Just do your best.
Yeah. I was.
Munchausen is our mod for the tonight.
I was going to suggest Rumpelstiltskin.
That too.
And
I guess.
usually he says put a 1 in the chat if you want to be eligible. But tonight, because we've got 22 people, which is a great amount of people, and I hope they're all subscribed and they've all hit the notification bell so they can get all the updates and everything like that. But if you want to be eligible to win, you must type Uamua into the chat.
Not really?
Really.
Or no?
Yes.
You know, speaking of Rumpelstiltskin, I had a friend that would use that name for dinner reservations when he would go to dinner with groups. So that then when the whole family would be at the restaurant and they'd call Rumpelstiltskin Party of 10.
Yeah,
Say, "Oh, that's
whenever
us."
I'm in an airport, I always say, could you please? I've lost my uncle. His name is J.R. Bob Dobbs. Could you please, go on the intercom and ask him to come to the front gate or whatever? And inevitably they'll always go, "Will J.R. Bob Dobbs please enter gate 31? Gate 31, J.R. Bob Dobbs."
I just tell him Bond, James Bond.
I tried that one.
James
got in
Bond.
some trouble. Yeah,
Don Ecker, that's a very fine thing that you're doing there.
I don't want you to talk, Don Ecker. I want you to die. Actually, I don't. I want you to stay alive. But I mean,
No,
I
Mr.
want
Ecker.
Goldfinger.
I don't expect you to listen. I expect you to die.
Yes.
All right. So just before we get a mod on, I have another quick question to ask. Another story on the debrief is that Japan's space agency JAXA has reported the first successful flight of a steam-powered spacecraft named Equilius beyond low Earth orbit. Micah, can you please give us the inside skinny on this?
Steam powered?
Yep.
Yeah, and it had been initially billed as steampunk, but I mean, I must say that really all we're talking about is just a
launch, a steam launch?
Well, I believe that this spacecraft, if memory serves, had actually flown aboard the this would have been the oh gosh, was it that they call it that carried the Orion capsule into space, for the Artemis mission? Anyway, long story short,
that's the Falcon Heavy.
Yes. So that launch, and by the way, my friend Brett Tingley with Space.com was there, and he actually got to observe this launch. How cool would that have been?
Yeah, really.
God, Micah, you are name dropping now.
Well, I mean, hey, the thing is, Brett lives right here, like in town. He literally is my friend. It's not just somebody I know. We go hike and we drink beer together, and he happens to work for Space.com. So
now, I hope that when you hike, you have a GPS locator beacon. You're packing heat. You've got anti-bear spray. And another question that I wanted to ask you has to do with Missing 411, the UFO connection. It opens on the 12th. Does anybody have any expectation for what David Pilates is going to reveal to us?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he'll talk about the Todd Seas case.
Oh, yeah?
I know Chris remembers that one. And, Todd Seas, a guy who goes hunting. That is a genuinely strange story. Don, you remember that one? The guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was very...
Don was all over that from the get-go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Peter Davenport and I talked about it a while back, but I mean the story. When did it happen? It was the night. When was it? Or was it early 2000s? Long story short is this guy goes out early for a hunting trip, doesn't come back by the time he was expected, which I think was about noon. They launch a search. They find his ATV. He's not there. He's found his body partially up in a tree, partially disrobed.
It sounds a lot like the Dyatlov Pass incident.
Except, with Dyatlov, well, actually, because at Dyatlov Pass, they found themselves, there was evidence that they tried to climb a tree that night. In that case, we could still argue that maybe somebody had gotten scared, there was infrasound, something going on, and they'd come out of the pit.
Isn't there an effect, Micah, where when you're in extreme hypothermia, you take off all your clothes because it feels like they're cold?
Yeah, but I still feel like there was some sort of other stimulus at Dyatlov.
Yeah, because their underwear was
I thought they
were mutilated. The bodies were mutilated at the Dyatlov Pass.
Were they, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was evidence of possible, well, according to some estimates, even radiation exposure to the skin where they've been burned by something.
Now, okay, Micah, let me roll this back a little bit. My understanding is that when the investigators first came to the site where all these people had died, and all of them were, by the way, expert climbers, not only trail hikers, but mountain climbers, because they were going to climb a mountain. When they sent people out there, they sent them out there with Geiger counters, but they did not pick up any radiation. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong. So these guys, they were experienced hikers with the Russian Polytechnic Institute. They got up there. They were camping on the slope of this Kolaxikal, I think was the name of the mountain.
Oh, that's right. And it was an avalanche
and the theory is that
that's official.
That an avalanche might have, but again, that doesn't seem to account for
the post-mortem evidence.
Yeah, because some of the bodies were found damaged, and this is what Dom was saying. There was evidence of blunt force trauma, if memory serves, to some of the bodies that were found in a canyon off someplace distant from where the primary incident occurred. So even if we can understand a avalanche potentially as being what caused them to cut their way out of the tent and leave, the problem is trying to understand why the bodies are strewn all about. There's no evidence of predation that seems to accompany the movement of these bodies.
There was
none
no
was.
predation, was there?
No, there was no scavenging either. They,
There's
as
no
far as I
scavenger
remember,
act.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
and there wasn't radiation detected, but what they said was that and again, this might have just been like sunburn or exposure, but they had said that it appeared that there was burning on the body consistent with exposure to radiation, which might also include sunlight. I don't know. But the theories, I mean, there was a panel that was convened a few years ago, and they concluded that they believed that rather than just being something utterly mundane like infrasound or an avalanche, they thought that it was an actual military experiment that had gone wrong.
Oh, weren't they doing military drops like flares or something in the
There
area?
were, and here's another interesting one too. I dug into some scientific literature where ball lightning manifestations inside tents. William R. Corliss wrote about this. There were some incidents that occurred not far away from where the Dyatlov incident occurred, and really actually not very distant in terms of the time period.
Now, if I remember correctly, a photograph was discovered. I think it was one of the hikers had a camera.
Yeah.
That it showed what appeared to be a hominid figure.
Yeah.
Through some trees, and there was a lot of speculation that might have been a Sasquatch or
Yowie
type creature.
Yeah,
it might have been a Yowie.
The Manzi have a different name for it, but essentially a Yeti. Now I'll tell you this though,
Almasti.
Yeah, right. But in my view, if you look at that full sequence of footage, it looks like what happens is the photographer takes the first photograph, and I think he set a timer, and then he goes running off, and you see him. I think that's the actual photographer in that photo. Don, you're right, though. There was a Discover Channel, an almost notorious Discover Channel television program a few years ago, where they tried to play it up and say, like, Russian Yeti had killed the Dyatlov hikers.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. They were keeping like a little diary where they were talking about the Yeti and things like that, but it seems to have been a joke. But this documentary, again, this is television getting a hold of this stuff and milking it for everything that it's worth. They made much more of that Yeti component than there really was, and made that photograph, I feel, out to be something that it wasn't. And that's my interpretation.
Well, I'm not suggesting it was real or not. I'm just saying it was.
No, but you're totally right. Yeah, and that they had taken a photograph that looks like a classic, almost like a Sasquatch, and they played this up for the television program and tried to say, oh yeah, this is a Sasquatch. So no, you're 100% right about that. Yeah.
Well, if it was and there's any theory about ultrasonics having to do with their behavior, I personally have been in an encounter where I lost 20 minutes. I don't know how I got down off the hill.
Now,
after
Chris, you realize 20 minutes is not enough time for aliens to even give you an anal probe.
I was running too fast.
if they know how to bend time, I mean,
well, that's true.
Yeah,
Walter,
I was running too fast.
You've always got that time travel thing going.
Well, they would have had to catch me first.
Maybe they put you in the field and raped you anally, and then put you back.
You only
my butt was not sore.
They used lube.
No.
Aliens don't know what lube is. Don't know what lube is.
No.
What are they gonna do? Like walk into a Walgreens and be like, "Please sell me some KY jelly."
Come on. An ET civilization that has the technology to traverse the stars is going to be able to produce their own lube.
But they're still stupid. They don't understand how to use a knife and fork. They put all the furniture in one room and then ask abductees who watches TV.
Now this is the UFO aspect.
Yeah, the only thing that would have been in my shorts was crap. I was scared shitless.
No, I agree. Okay, so here's the deal. This is Micah's show. Everyone here.
I keep saying that.
As gracious. Well, it's your week. It's the second week of every month.
It's like it's my birthday or something.
Well, it is kind of that Merry Christmas. But I want to invite everyone that's on the panel to stay for as long as they like, or leave if they need to. But first, we need to have Canadian Spider-Man come on and tell us who won not only Micah's book, The UFO Singularity, but also Christopher's book, Stalking the Herd, and Walter is offering a book. And which book is that, Walter?
Shimmering Light.
Shimmering Light. MK Ultra and the House of Anu.
And
So
Rob,
we have 3 spins.
Oh, and don't forget,
So-
Don also offered for you to take a magazine that he's going to send you.
Yeah, no, he's personally inscribing those to me this week. There are no UFO magazines
okay.
to give away.
You hear that, Don? He's going to keep it.
I never win anything.
I hear
I'm
you.
the host. This
Okay.
time,
All
I'm
right, fair
getting. I
win
paid
our
for those
admiration.
magazines.
Cardinal
I paid
does
for
get
those
to win
autographs.
something. Okay, fair enough.
I'm always left out. This time, those are for me.
Okay,
I'm
fair
going to
enough.
show those off in future.
Me.
Hey, you, Don, you're right on the money, man. You're right on the money, baby. Me. I never get to win, but as Darius Munchausen has said, we're going to give away 3 books. And Rod Thunderheart wants to know, how do I enter? Darius,
Carefully.
can you please tell
the lube.
Rod how to enter? I think you needed to type
Walter.
Boros or something like that into the chat.
You couldn't resist, could you?
Please add Rod Thunderheart. Let's please add Rod Thunderheart to the wheel before we get to spinning, and then as many of you as would like to continue this great episode, wonderful conversation. I hope that everybody will stick around, but we do have to give away some books, and Canadian Spider-Man is right here.
Now I need to add Rod Thunderheart. How do I do that?
Now, did you not say there were 22 people on the wheel already? Ross Thunderheart will make 23.
Rod
The number.
Well, there are
Thunderheart,
24 people in the
Oh.
chat,
I,
but they had to type Amuamua for
I want to
them
add
to
Rod
be on the wheel.
Thunderheart.
So
I
that's a
don't
little
have
unusual.
that.
But will we
Add-
win a shrubbery?
Let's add Rod Thunderheart here.
Oh, and Rod Thunderheart actually says
That's, okay. All right.
So he's on the wheel. And
Yep. Is he?
Canadian Spider-Man, are you still in Mexico, my friend?
Yes.
So now
Yes.
you're Mexican Spider-Man.
Yes. No. Canadian
no,
Spider-Man.
yes, no.
No. There's only one Mexican Spider-Man. Not me.
And he's in Naboo.
That's right.
No, he's right behind him.
What is Naboo?
Okay, Rod Thunderheart is getting added to the.
Can you tell us what
wheel.
Naboo is?
Thunder.
He owns sushi
Which
restaurants.
is an awesome name, by the way.
Can you tell us what Naboo stands for, Canadian Spider-Man?
Yes, North American underfunded, underappreciated Avengers.
Right.
The B
So
Squad.
this is the B team.
North American B Squad, underfunded, underappreciated
Avengers.
Yes.
Yeah. And somehow Naboo is how that is spelled. Warachi says Mexican Iron Man will be visiting.
Working here.
And Sean Carter says, who put the ram in the Ramalama Ding Dong?
Good question.
I'm babysitting a lot of kids here. This is
All right.
crazy.
Before we spin the wheel, Canadian Spider-Man,
Don't touch the tequila. You're too
could
young.
you please get up and turn around and show us your shirt? Oh my God, he's drinking.
You're 8.
That's
You're
hard
like
liquor.
4. You're 4 years old. You don't drink tequila.
Sean Carter says, I'm on a mama.
5 is still too young for tequila.
I think he was already in the tequila.
He was trying to get to the worm.
Gil, I see.
No, that's mezcal.
Cardinal, I see a weekly segment here with Canadian
put me
Spider-Man.
big. Why did you put me
down in
big?
Mexico.
You know what? I think absolutely we should do that. Drink up. Happy hour is now enforced by law.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Woohoo!
I know.
That's not water, folks.
No.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Okay, Canadian
Let's go
Spider-Man,
live.
if you would, please get
Are we
up
live? We're
and-
live.
yeah, we're live. We'll do it live! Fuck it.
We'll do it live.
If you would, please, Canadian Spider-Man, stand up
trying
and
my
show us
hardest,
the
man.
front
I'm
and the
trying
back
my
of your
hardest.
shirt.
The shirt, yeah. Let's see
Okay.
the shirt.
Share stream.
No, just show us your shirt. Stand up and show the camera your
Oh.
shirt. Because this is only for
Nice.
mods. My moderator.
Nice.
Now look at the back.
And Cardinal Sin sent us this because he's an awesome guy.
Staff.
go.
Beautiful.
All right.
How about
Nice.
how
I'm jealous.
do I treat my mods well or what?
Indeed.
You treat your mods better than anybody else.
Well,
Cardinal
thank you.
Sin treats his mods better than anybody else.
I do my best. I do my best.
No,
Canadian
you do
Spider-Man,
better.
are you ready to bring the wheel?
I'm trying hard. Yes.
Okay. When
Alright,
you're
Can-
ready,
We're gonna share.
Can I be original, Sin?
go ahead and share your screen whenever you're ready. And like I said,
Try
gotta
it.
bite the apple,
as many
Chris.
of our
Share.
guests tonight who can stick
Audio.
around, please do. If you have
See
to
what
go,
happens.
that's understandable. But
There we go.
it's been a lot of fun, and I have a lot more questions. So there is the shared screen for Canadian Spider-Man, but there's nothing on it.
But the blob.
What?
The blob.
There we go.
There.
All right.
You have the full wheel.
That's a pretty good wheel. Now,
There's-
before we spin this Canadian Spider-Man, did you
Yes.
engage the audio?
I'm live, Cameron. You're on video.
Did you engage the audio,
I did.
Canadian Spider-Man?
Yes.
Are we
Yes,
going to
I
hear
did.
the wheel spin?
I hope so.
Okay,
I
great.
really hope so.
Then, in your own time, please spin the wheel for the first one,
Well-
which is going to be for the UFO
You're
Singularity.
the boss. You're the boss.
we
you
have
tell
three
me
gifts.
when to spin.
We have three books to give away. The first one
Yes.
is Micah Hanks, the UFO Singularity. Spin that wheel.
Micah Hanks.
Micah Hanks.
There we go. Micah? Oh, it's Micah? I've been mispronouncing it.
Yeah, you have. Rod Thunderheart.
Thunderheart!
Hey.
Thunder
Fellow
Heat.
Canadian.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Rod Thunderheart.
It's heat.
Now, I have Rod's information.
Micah. Okay.
So I'll go ahead and forward that to you, Micah.
Or
And
you can
Canadian
find out what
Spider-Man,
it is. You can just-
if you would please remove Rod Thunderheart from the wheel, we'll go ahead
How do
and
I
give it
do
another
that?
spin.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Well, if it lands on Run Thunderheart, we can just
And again.
No, I
spin
can
again,
do
yeah.
this. I can do
Okay.
this.
you're not too stoned.
No, I haven't smoked weed in 2 days. It's
Oh, sure.
pretty
Yeah.
fucked up. No, it's Mexico.
Yeah, there must have been good
Legal
weed,
in
man.
Mexico?
Two days ago.
Legal in
Whoa.
Canada, but not in Mexico. Why the hell are you in Mexico?
Okay, Rod Thunderheart is off. the
Okay.
What is an
By the way,
oom?
Rod Thunderheart says, "Woohoo!
wheel. Yeah, Rod Thunderheart. I like
Lots
that
What-
guy.
congratulations."
Rod Thunderheart is a friggin' good guy.
He
What-
is.
What is an
And-
Uber cock?
And by the way, he is also an author,
We need more.
and his book is called "See Through Love." It's about an invisible man. It's a paranormal romance, which is a very hot
See Through Love.
genre right now.
That's a big
See Through
genre.
Love.
It's a good book, and he's working on his second book. So congratulations to Rod Thunderheart. Now let's give that wheel another spin, and this is going to be for Christopher O'Brien's book, Stalking the Herd.
Warachi!
Yeah, Warachi.
Warachi!
Congratulations.
Do you have the contact information?
Yes.
Warachi needs to send me an email with
or send it to me.
Contact information.
Yes. Okay.
So he can contact me at gil@sunflower.com.
Yes.
With his mailing address, and I will forward that to Christopher O'Brien. Now let's take Warachi off the wheel.
I'm trying.
And
I'm trying.
Our third giveaway is going to be the Walt. Well, you're doing great, man. Especially for someone who's stoned out of his mind.
I'm trying.
Cardinal
Sin, I'm trying.
Lots of congratulations. And Warachi is the second winner. Now, of course, the last and maybe not least giveaway is for
we need more tequila.
Walter Bosley's. It's not the time travel novel.
It's Shimmering Light.
Shimmering Light, MK Ultra in a House of Anu, which is a great book, by the way. I've read it from cover to cover.
How did you put this panel together?
It's a great. Well, I have pull, man. Come on, everyone knows.
How do you have pull? Like, how do you
Why
even
did the
know these
exozone
guys?
end? Why did the
These guys
exozone end? Because those fuckers couldn't keep, to a date. They had no idea what they were doing. I had 6 weeks of people lined up to. Okay, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm not here to denigrate anybody.
No, okay.
That's if anybody wants to know the full story, they can get a hold of me. But let's go ahead and get that third spin, and we're gonna give away Shimmering Light. Cam. There we go. Okay, just by a hair.
Verily, Cam, congratulations. We wish you all
the Cam. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Congratulations from all of us here at Asgard.
Yes.
Welcome to Asgard.
Marvelous. That is that a pun? Marvel.
No, it was not intended, but it could have. Hold on. It was not intended as such, but it could very well have been one because of my brilliance. My Odin's beard, I may have the brilliance to create
Cam's
the
always
pun.
here. Like, we like that guy.
Another great win. I was on the cusp on this one. Now, Herc 130. I'm sorry, Herc 130. You have won so many prizes on Into the Fringe and Masters of the Genre. Oh my goodness! But the third winner is Cam, and Cam, please go ahead and send your mailing address or your email address to me. At sunflower.com.
And Warachi, I need your mailing address.
Yeah, I've already asked him to send it to me, and then I'll send it along to you.
Okay.
And Canadian Spider-Man, we really appreciate your help in getting this done. Well done. You can tell from your arms and your veins that you have been working out like a mad.
Mas tequila, por favor.
Look at that guy.
Mas tequila.
Nice.
Canadian Spider-Man, how tall are you?
Tequila, por favor. Dois tequila.
How tall are you, Canadian Spider-Man?
5'6".
Perfect for Spider-Man.
That's Spider-Man, right? Oh my God. I got pulled over. Can I tell you the story?
Please.
Last night, this true story. I was walking around, and
I'm walking here.
And I put on my Spider-Man costume.
Walking here.
I put on my Spider-Man costume, and within 8 minutes, The Mexican police pulled me over. There was 5 guys with like.
It's because there's
big
already a
guns.
Mexican Spider-Man.
They had like AK-47s, and it's like, what are you doing? And it's like, I'm a good guy.
I'm cosplaying. Leave me alone.
I'm drinking tequila.
I'm a Canadian citizen. Leave me alone.
Within 8 minutes, they pulled me over. That was crazy shit.
Okay,
like,
so what happened then?
No, well, they let me go because I'm Canadian Spider-Man.
You have
I
no
was pulled
cocaine
over
on
by the
you,
police.
mister.
It's like, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy.
Hombre, you
I'm
have
a
no
good
cocaine
guy.
on you. You may
Yeah, and
go.
That's what happened.
You didn't even have to spend time in a Tijuana jail?
Not that I'm opposed to that, but yeah, you're making me. Why am I so big?
I'm not opposed to spending time in a Tijuana jail.
Yeah,
It just
how much
didn't happen.
tequila do you have to not be opposed to spending time in a Tijuana jail?
Well, I don't know if you
A whole fucking lot,
Walter.
Walter. A whole fucking lot.
My question is, how does Cardinal Sin put together a panel like this?
I'm just that good.
I'll tell you how.
are like you have that many friends.
Here's how he does
You
it.
have that
Everybody
many
on
friends.
this panel is a good friend of mine.
All he does
You've
is
got a great panel.
he very loudly proclaims to the clouds, "Avengers assemble," and we just descend.
There you go. Exactly. Avengers assemble.
You're right, Micah. Chris, Walter, thank you for being here.
Well, what about
Thank
Don?
you
What
for
is he?
being here.
Chopped liver?
He said Don, didn't he?
Oh, okay.
No, Don. Yeah, Don. Thank you for being here, Don.
No,
And-
Don's the
and
ringleader of this crew.
Tequila.
And
Thank
Micah,
you.
this is technically Micah's week, so kudos to
No,
Micah.
these are my friends. What
That's
are you-
just the date it fell on. Don's the ringleader of this bunch. Nobody will dispute that.
No, you're
He's
the
the
ringleader, my friend. You're the ringleader. All right. So
Mas
we've
tequila.
given away three. We've given away 3
You're too young to
prizes,
say that.
and
You're like 4 years old. You should
everybody that's here is more than welcome to continue. Last time we did this with all of you guys here, we went for 4 hours. We're looking at 2 hours and 21 minutes. If anybody has to go, that's cool. Nobody signed up for,
No
4 hours.
promises. I may have to go tinkle, but we'll see.
Oh, we'll cover for you while you tinkle.
How, Cardinal Sin, how do you get this panel of caliber? How do you get this caliber?
I'll tell
of
you my
panel?
secret. I'll tell Canadian
your
Spider-Man.
friend?
It's
my secret.
it's called email.
I'll tell you my secret. I
No, but
asked.
You guys are high quality.
My secret is I ask. And if you don't ask, they can't say yes. If you're
Or
intimidated
no.
by the idea that they might say
can't
no,
say no either.
Yeah.
yeah, if you're intimidated by the
big.
idea of
Make me
rejection,
big.
that they might say no, you'll never get a caliber of a panel of this magnitude, which I agree. I'm punching
Yes.
above my weight.
Yeah.
With
You guys are
Christopher
awesome.
O'Brien,
You've
I'm
got
punching
Chris-
above my weight. With
Christopher-
Walter Bosley, I'm punching above my weight.
Walter,
With Don
you're
Ecker,
punching
I'm
way
punching
above your
above
weight.
my weight.
You're
with
punching
Micah
way
Hanks,
above your weight.
I am certainly punching above my weight.
Micah Hanks? Are you kidding
No,
me?
Micah.
You got Micah.
Micah.
Hanks?
It's like Mike with an A at the end. Micah,
Oh, Micah. Micah.
not Mika.
I'm
Micah.
sorry.
So, Micah,
I've
what do
been
you think
pronouncing
about
your name
Atlantis?
Wrong. I'm sorry.
It's getting hard to hear in here.
All right.
Did he ask you about Atlantis?
We're
Yeah,
gonna
what do you
we're
think
gonna go
about
ahead and
Atlantis?
let
Been a
Canadian
lot of
Spider-Man
tequila.
get back to watching
Sorry.
his nephews. Canadian Spider-Man, thank you very much for your service to us
Thank you for
tonight.
your service, my liege, and God bless you wherever you may be, Canadian Spider-Man. We will see you soon.
Benny Hill.
Canadian
Benny
Spider-Man.
Hill.
Mas Tequila.
Benny fucking
Good night,
Hill.
my friend.
No, mucho
Thank you
más.
so much.
Benny
Más
Hill.
mucho.
No, but how do you get these guys on
I
your
told you,
show?
I'm just
Like,
that good.
Good night and good luck. Now, so Don, you were asking about Atlantis.
Yes,
I was just
please.
fucking with you, Micah.
I know. Well, I'm going to ask you, Don, about the dark hypothesis, because if I'm going to stick around, and I make no guarantees,
Ooh.
I've only got maybe 15 minutes or so myself.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, guys, bottom line, I'm fascinated with that period
Now,
in history.
Micah, if you only
Yeah.
have 15 minutes, I do have questions.
Ah, shit. Well, okay. That's fine. Well, hold on. Real quick. I want to ask a
All right,
question,
go ahead.
though.
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't buy the whole dark hypothesis, but that period in history...
What is the dark hypothesis?
That's,
Okay, hold on. I
that's
think
a term Jerry Clark coined.
Jerome Clark?
Well, it's also called the John Lear hypothesis,
Oh,
too.
for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
And you know where he was when he first announced it?
Area 51?
Nope.
No, he was...
Crestone, Colorado.
Oh, that's
okay.
home to a friend of mine.
Look, there was a lot going on, like back in the the late 80s, you know, I mean, with the whole Benoit situation.
Oh my goodness.
Right, and I know
Do we
this
have
gets
to
talked about-
invoke Greg Bishop on this?
Yeah, I do, man, because he's our buddy. We all love him, you know, but here's the deal. You know, there's so much that's all said about that, but I mean, if you look at that period in history, before everybody was talking about the Sherman Ranch, which is now known as Skinwalker Ranch, Chris O'Brien was out there actually leading some of the investigations into those early cattle mutes, and they're still going on, like you were saying, Chris. And in addition to the ones that you were talking about, in where was it, Ohio?
Which ones?
The recent ones?
Either
you were
Ohio
No,
or
in
Pennsylvania.
Kansas.
Everything
A
happens.
Kansas rancher outside of Salinas had one, and then
that's
his
very
cousin,
recent, right?
who was miles and miles and miles away, had one last night.
Okay.
Go
Then
figure.
Wait.
There are also livestock deaths that
Hang
have
on,
been
Micah.
occurring.
Chris, can you reiterate that, please?
He wants you to reiterate, Chris. What you were
Oh,
saying.
Again?
Yeah, I did an interview with a writer from the Farmland News, which is a huge, one of the biggest circulations of farm-related.
That's a writer with a T, not a writer.
Yeah, a writer. Yeah, with a T, right?
Okay.
Sorry. Anyway, she interviewed myself and David Perkins,
Oh.
and sent me an email, which is I found very, very intriguing.
Oh, can you read it to us?
Yeah, I will.
So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hear that. Hell, this might be more interesting than my question, Don.
yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Hello, David and Chris. I just talked to a rancher from Salina, Kansas, who had a very interesting mutilation story. He had a cow mutilated last year. It was missing 99% of the blood, lots of facial trauma, missing tongue, and all the flesh around the teeth were gone. The cow was fine the night before. He had his veterinarian look at it at the time of death, which is, within 24 hours. And the vet said no normal animal could do that. They sent samples to Kansas State University to the forensics lab.
In Manhattan, Kansas.
Yeah, and they determined it was either a human or alien. I'm not sure about that part, but
How did they determine that?
I'm just reading the email, man. I just report the news.
Okay.
They said
You
the
call
only
balls and strikes. You're the umpire.
right. They said that the only way to remove flesh like that would be by boiling. Then this morning,
Boiling? Have you ever heard that before?
well, boiling in a lye solution they've tried and they can't duplicate it.
Huh. So this is technically a paranormal.
I don't know, but this connection with his family member is very bizarre. Okay. Then this morning, his cousin, who lives in the Salina area, also had a cow that was mutilated in the same way just last night. So that would have been.
Dude, don't have a cow.
Yeah. Well, thought you should definitely call this guy. He has photos. Blah blah blah.
Oh hell yes.
And I've got the numbers for both of the.
Chris, please supply me with that information. Salina is a long way from northeast Kansas, but it's also a long way from anywhere. So.
Christian,
it's in
I get in touch with you about that too, because
sure.
Was local law enforcement involved with that by chance?
I'm sure. Yeah. They would have brought him in.
Why do you ask?
Because I want to follow up on that.
Oh, okay, all right.
And
well, I'm not sure. She doesn't say that they actually filed a an official law enforcement report. But if the veterinarian and then consequently the state, veterinary hospital or wherever they had the forensic testing done, if they were involved, then chances are, law enforcement was at least, informed of it.
Tangentially, at least.
Chris wrote, look, I mean, I'm not kidding. Everybody here knows I'm speaking literally when I say Chris wrote the damn book on this subject. Literally, the Bible on this subject. So, but that phenomenon is ongoing. And I keep studying it. Actually, I'm more interested in it now after I learned about Chris's perspectives on that topic. And it's something that's been going on for a damn long time. So you're damn right I'm going to follow up on any of those cases. I'm looking into these incidents out there in Idaho, in Colorado, and also in Utah.
Well, in Oregon, they've had 21 cases in the last 4 years.
Yeah. And
Chris, I predicted those.
You did, and that's you just read my mind. Why had you predicted that? What was it that caused you to think that was going to happen?
Well, the pattern of areas of the highest incidence of cattle mutilations happen to be where all the radiation from 100 above ground nuclear tests in the Nevada test site ended up going into the areas now in the Front Range of Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas. Downwind and downstream of where we utilize radiation are the areas of high incidence in the mutilation phenomenon, especially back in the 70s when there were, dozens of these things going on a week. And if you go, everything is east of the Rockies, basically, is at 90% of your cases. There have been some cases west of the Rockies, but they're really rare. California, Oregon, Washington. And David Perkins came up with the theory of some sort of relationship with our using of radiation, radioactive materials, whether in a power station, missile silos, weapons enrichment facilities, blah, blah, blah. So I said when Fukushima happened in April 2011, I told David that huge plume of radiation is coming and hitting the West Coast, especially in Northern California to British Columbia. And I said, somewhere in that area, if your theory about there being a correlation between above ground radiation, then we should see an outbreak of cases where we normally don't see any. And sure enough, boom. It took a while, but but they happened.
One might argue it took a while for that radiation to propagate. I mean, I'm no expert on that, but I mean,
there was the initial plume 4.5, 5 days to get across the Pacific, and
I didn't think anything at all then. Okay.
Yeah, no, there was a definite plume of radiation that came across.
If we think back to like Starfish Prime back in the 50s, and the idea of like launching nuclear, ICBMs basically, or nuclear, ballistic missiles into space.
Yeah.
And then detonating those, and then creating a fake Van Allen belt,
right.
And then the radiation raining down over a period of time.
Yeah.
But one might argue that the carrying of the nuclear fallout from Fukushima versus its depositing in the ground over time, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to extrapolate based on
Well, again, I haven't really done the amount of legwork that it would take, but my guess would be, if I had to make an educated guess, that sometime in the fall of 2011, the spring of 2012, there were a number of cases that occurred there that we didn't find out about. And if we look hard enough, I'll bet you we'll find those cases. And then when these recent cases occurred, it's almost like they're trying to update their, control sample data.
Yeah. That's
so,
okay, we're going to go ahead and do a lightning round with you guys.
All right.
And we're going to take some questions from our viewers. And first of all, of course, subscribe to Micah Hanks, youtube.com/Micah Hanks. Rod Thunderheart says, I wish I could tell Micah Hanks about my UFO encounter. Micah, I believe there is a way for that to be done. Could you explain that to Rod?
Yeah, of course. You can just email me info at my name, MicahHanks.com, or just you can tweet at me if you want to use Twitter
Now,
at Micah Hanks.
a lot of people in the United States don't know how to spell your name.
Well, it's right there. In fact, Rod spelled it correctly right there when he tagged me. So everybody will
or like so.
Or like Darius did right there in the message at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
So yeah, just how it's
so he can
right.
tell you about his UFO encounter, and it'll be completely confidential if that's what he wants.
If you so choose to share an account and you don't want me to share that, that will be kept confidential. Now, I will ask you if you have a really good account that we feel that the research community, and I speak on behalf of my colleagues here and people who have spent decades looking into this, you know, if you have a good story and it's something that builds on the data that has been collected over decades and decades, please consider allowing us to share that within this community.
At least anonymously.
At least anonymously, because even if it's anonymously, sometimes that data can be useful in the furtherance of our broader understanding of certain patterns and correlations that appear in this data related to UAP, otherwise known as UFOs. I had to throw that in there for you there, Cardinal.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I be original, Sin?
Yeah, you can.
You may be.
You
Actually,
won't,
Darius Munchausen says Chris literally did write the book on the subject.
I wasn't kidding. That was not that. He literally wrote.
I'm not kidding. Right now, I want to put Christopher O'Brien in the spotlight because he is the world's foremost authority on cattle mutilations, bar none.
I would agree.
Linda Moulton Howe went off the rails. You're still in your right mind.
David Perkins is the real. I stand on the shoulders of giants. David Perkins, Tom Adams, Gary Massey.
You spent thousands and thousands of hours in the field.
Yeah.
You've seen every kind of mutilation there is: cats, dogs, squirrels. Elk.
Get those squirrel mutilations in there.
Yeah.
They're literally happening. Cat mutilations. Christopher is the world's foremost authority on cattle mutilations, and Darius Munchausen said he literally did write the book on the subject, and I agree. Now, my question for you, my friend, is this. As far as cattle mutilations go, in the recent past, let's say from 2020 to 2021, whatever, have they decreased in incidence or have they increased? What evidence is there that they are paranormal in nature, and what evidence is there that they aren't?
Within the last couple of years, it's impossible to say, because by my estimation, only 1 in 10 of these events are actually officially reported, which then subsequently gets picked up by the media. So we really don't know how many have actually happened. I mean, it's like you there's no ants in my yard, and then you pull a rock over and all these ants go around. You have to look and be careful what you wish for. So so it's really it's virtually impossible to answer that question. However,
so there's a follow-up question by the Bodhisattva Kid: is cattle mutilation only in the United States?
No. Most of the cases that have happened since 2002 have happened in South America, up on the Pampas in Uruguay, Paraguay, lots in northern Argentina,
my question to you
Santa Fe County in Brazil.
Why do these cattle mutilations only happen in Catholic countries?
That's a really good question.
Tom Adams, wasn't it like Stigmata was the research organization?
Right, yeah. Because David Perkins and he came up with the theory that we as collectively as humans know how detrimental cattle are to the ecosystem. They're the most detrimental animal on the planet besides humans.
I believe, Chris, if I read your book correctly, Stalking the Herd, that your conclusion was that animal agriculture is the greatest driver of human created climate change. Is that right?
Yeah. Every year, the amount of methane that is spewed every 2 minutes by every head of cattle
from farts. Let's just say
farts and burps. There are roughly about 1 billion, almost 2 billion cattle on the planet, and if you combine all those burps and farts, it's more than all the automobiles, factories, and trucks and airplanes.
Permafrost is the number one source.
What about human methane?
What about what?
Well, they should put a big bag over Washington, D.C. and maybe,
Walter,
we should use it.
Naughty man.
No, but if cow farts are doing this, there's more people than cows, right?
Yeah, but we don't burp fart every 2 minutes, unless
there's a great deal more volume of methane.
Maybe you do.
Great point.
You try chewing your own cud.
When's the last time you had beans and hot dogs? Huh?
Yeah, and beer. Or you know what really gets me going is chickpeas. Chickpeas. Hummus.
What about chickpeas?
Oh, you don't want to be in near me.
I'm a vegan. Chickpeas are a major source of protein in my diet.
They're a major source of anal gas too. Let me tell you.
Okay. Well,
chickpeas, tuna, and beer.
Everybody knows it's windy.
Hey, how about this? Here's a little factoid for you. Did you know that there was a guy who literally farted himself to death?
No, I did not know that.
He drank a 12-pack of beer and ate a whole pot of cabbage soup, fell asleep, and he in a small room, and he created so much H2 gas that he asphyxiated himself. True story.
All right, now Radioactive asks, so how does cattle methane production compare to methane produced by the insect biomass?
Good question. The largest producer of ozone-depleting gas on the planet, natural producer, are termites.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Those big termite, those big colonies down in South America that are like, they can reach 10, 15 feet high.
Puma Punku is, and
they produce more methane than any other natural source. And methane is many times more ozone depleting or CO2. Than CO2 or the creation of gas that blocks the sun or magnifies the sun, keeps the sun's heat on the planet.
Now, Chris, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you anyway because you are the world's foremost authority on cattle.
Oh, stop with that. No, I'm not.
No, you are.
There are no experts.
No, you're the foremost authority. I didn't call you an expert. I called you an authority.
Okay.
And because you are the world's foremost authority on cattle mutilations, I'm going to ask you the following question. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
I've never measured it. I have no idea.
About ducks. The problem is it's about ducks. But the question really is about whether the ducks float.
What else other than ducks float in water?
Wood, of course.
Very small rocks.
Turds
Pebbles.
float in water.
No, turds don't float normally.
Curious, more sinkers than floaters.
A witch. No, she's a witch.
Duty in the pool.
All right. Now, we're going to go...
At least it's not in a punch bowl.
...to Mr. Walter Bosley for this next question. Because I prepared questions for my good friend, Mr. Walter Bosley. Although I believe Richard Dolan coined it, I think you were the first person that I heard use the term breakaway civilizations. And now, of course, you use the term breakaway societies. Do you think that breakaway societies represent the remnants of an advanced race from Earth's pre-cataclysmic ancient history? Is it likely that these distant cousins are the ones seen entering and exiting holes in the earth and occupy the alleged bases on the far side of the moon. And before you answer, I want you to realize that Don Ecker is a member of this panel.
Okay. There are several people that use Breakaway Civilization, Joseph Farrell including, before I did, of course.
Dr. Joseph Farrell, yes.
Yeah, him too. And I use Breakaway Society, of course, for the reasons that I've explained. I think civilization is too big of a word. But on your question,
in your book series,
yeah, I think that some advanced technology in our remote past, very possibly the stuff alluded to in Vedic scripture and sources that old, were certainly an influence, or maybe the original source of things that small groups through the ages have gotten their hands on, had knowledge of, and advanced to the farthest point that they could, and then they passed this on. So it's an influence that has been passed through a tradition of special interest groups in this stuff. As far as the hollow earth theory and stuff like that's a whole other discussion that that requires a discussion. But
other tenants in the building.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I totally think that there are other tenants in the building, as Chris puts it. Yeah. As far as what the specifics are, that's the discussion. But yeah,
extraterrestrials, etc.
Yeah, I do think that there are others here with us, and have been so for a long time. When
I call them our distant cousins, do you think that's far off?
I think there's some truth to that. Yeah. I don't think we sprung forth from a puddle of goo on this planet.
No, we're the aliens, the supposed aliens.
We're the original monsters.
Yeah, the supposed aliens are more terrestrial than we are.
I think there were humans that are in, of the Earth. I think humans came from Mars. I think humans have come from the stars. I have no problem with somebody having come here in the moon. I mean, I'm open to those ideas too. And
of course, it's well known that the moon has great voids and hollow spaces.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
they dropped the lunar excursion module onto the moon, it rang like a bell for 2 hours.
Yeah. So, I think we share this world. We have for a long time. And I think a technology developed a long time ago is what some breakaway societies have been developing through the ages.
All right, Walter, we have another question from the chat.
Okay.
The Bodhisattva Kid says
Bodhisattva.
The Anua are still around, still occupy the hollow earth. Now, let's say that he's talking about the Tuatha.
The Tuatha
or the Tuatha De Danann.
Yeah.
Can you please explain what the Tuatha are and how they might impact the idea of breakaway societies?
Okay. I do not subscribe to the purely materialist anthropological definition of the Tuatha De Danann. There, when you give an honest look at it, there are two Tuatha De Danann. There is indeed that Tuatha De Danann that can be explained by ancient cultures that came under their banner.
What I asked was, what do you think the Tuatha De Danann are?
That's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
And so, yes, the anthropological explanation only explains a part of it that came after the original Tuatha De Danann, okay, as described. And no, they didn't come here in ships.
Okay, so let me clarify. Are you saying that there was a Tuatha De Danann before the maybe cataclysm, and there was another Tuatha De Danann that happened after that?
No, you're bringing cataclysm into this. Just let me. Okay. The original Tuatha De Danann, and this is who I subscribe to. They came from the sky. They didn't come from boats.
They were the sky people.
Right. They didn't come from boats and hit the beaches like the anthropologists like to say. When
That's
you read
the sea people. Yeah.
Yeah, when you read the actual descriptions, Zeus descriptions, they come out of the sky with great tumult and thunder and fire, and they land on a mountaintop. So who do I think they are? I think that they are a people from another physical world who also happen to have a grasp on a technology and the spectrum of reality that they're able to move in a wider part of the spectrum of physical reality than we are.
Okay, Walter, let me just jump in real quick. Are you saying that we're talking about people from another world?
Yes, either another planet or another. There's the spectral thing I just described serves to answer to the ultra-dimensional aspect of the reports about them.
But you're notoriously famously against the extraterrestrial hypothesis.
Oh, no, I am not. No.
Okay, let me rephrase that. You leave some room for the ETH.
Hold on. I say very famously that and repeatedly that I think the ETH explains a very small percentage of legitimate UFO reports.
Right.
Here. I agree.
That's what I say.
Oh my goodness. Walter Bosley and Christopher O'Brien agree on something.
We agree on a lot of things.
Shit. So yeah, that's of course, yeah.
So,
I think it's.
Did I misunderstand you in the idea that there were two Tuatha?
The Tuatha De Danann, the actual ones that come from somewhere else, what they did was they were reported that they would conquer human resistance and then they would bring them into their fold. They would conquer them on arrival. The humans would go, "Oh, who are these guys?" And then after they conquered them, put them in their place, and they say, "Now let us bring you up to our speed." And they did that Quetzalcoatl thing where they taught them, or the fallen angel thing,
where
they taught
of
them
civilization, agriculture.
But they brought them under their banner too, and then they began their kind of like agent tribes. Began to be called the Tuatha De Danann, and that's where the anthropologists get tripped up. They only have part of the story. They only explain part of the story.
All right, so Walter, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is it possible, or do you believe? Let me ask you this: do you believe that an ancient, advanced civilization from Earth comprises a breakaway group that escaped a cataclysm or some other event and then returned to teach the survivors the gifts of civilization, to the hunter-gatherers, e.g. agriculture, how to build megalithic structures, etc.?
I think it's more likely this. I think what happened was, I do think cataclysms happen, but I think what it was is the post-cataclysmic human civilization had to relearn things that the civilization, the level of civilization before them were able to do. They had to relearn it, and I certainly think that there were smaller groups that were able to survive the cataclysm with some remnant of that previous technology that they had, and they were the ones who brought human civilization up again, because I think this has happened multiple times. I think an extraterrestrial influence is part of that in the remote past, but I think practically what I think is that it's really just cycles of human civilization relearning what was lost.
Yeah.
And that would be necessary if there were a cataclysm.
Yeah, exactly. You got to rebuild your civilization. I mean, it could happen.
Right, and they only have remnants of the knowledge, so it doesn't. Looking at it from now, thousands of years later, it seems piecemeal, and it doesn't. There's not a complete enough picture for us to really make slam dunk decisions on how they knew this. I think it's important, and Walter, you articulated that very well, and I absolutely agree with you on that. Absolutely.
Well, why do you think I invited him to crash Micah's party? He's extremely knowledgeable in many of these things. Now,
yeah.
I have a follow-up question. Now, this one is for Micah, whose episode this happens to be. And I'm glad that you stuck around, my friend. On a recent episode of your podcast, you delved into the mysterious, sometimes malevolent men in black. I'm interested in the variety that aren't simple Air Force agents, but the other kind that are very pale, show up in brand new 1950s Cadillacs, wear a black suit and tie, black hat, and have to wear makeup and lipstick to sell the illusion that they're human, which is belied by their strange behavior, and references to, quote, "My energy is winding down. What time is it, and what is time?" What are this variety of men in black, and are they still being reported today?
Well, so there's a lot of questions right there, but I mean, this kind of. So
I do try.
Yeah, you do. So
I am trying.
Try being the operative word there, but you do try. So I'm kidding. I'm messing with you, Card. Hey, listen. When it comes to these MIB reports, it's very easy, and the way I tried to frame that in my show recently was to look at this like it's
an excellent episode, by the way.
Thank you, but let me finish the damn sentence, would you? Somebody mute his mic for long enough for us to all get a word in edgewise. I'm looking at Bosley laughing down there. He knows what I'm talking about. He just put up with that bullshit. I know what's up. All right, goddammit, let me talk. Now, here's the thing. These MIB, they are either a folklore or there is some kernel of truth that gives into the folklore, but it's undeniably a folklore. But that, again, and I remember my father and I talking about this on one of the shows a few weeks back. I'm sorry, a few years back. Gosh. And my father used the term myth, and somebody got really offended by that, and he said, why? To say something is a myth is not to say it's untrue, but it's to understand the deeper ways that humans relate to an idea. Mm-hmm. And we ingrain that into our belief systems and our ideas. So the men in black, a good starting point would be, okay, government agents who were legitimately interested in UFOs, maybe were going out and they were interviewing UFO witnesses early on, and that idea became mythologized over time. But then you've got these recordings, like the one of the interview with Dr. Herbert Hopkins, who back in the 1970s actually had this experience where he said his family had gone out to the theaters, and he had been looking into this. Well, what it was he had conducted as a licensed hypnotherapist, he had been conducting a hypnosis of this gentleman Stevens, this with regard to this UFO sighting that had occurred around this time. And he gets this phone call while his family's out at the theater, and this gentleman who identifies himself as being with a local UFO group wants to come and talk with Dr. Hopkins about this. And so Hopkins says, yeah, that's fine. You can come on by. The minute he hangs up the phone, he's putting the phone down and he's walking to the door. And as he gets to the door, there's already an individual coming up the walkway toward his house. Now, keep in mind, this is in the days back before we all had a cell phone in our damn
pocket. These are landlines. These
would have had to have been a landline. And back in those days, he said the closest phone that would have been like a payphone on the street was several blocks away.
They did have, the military had car phones, but they were really radios.
Yes, exactly. So there's no conventional explanation for how this guy could have been a random civilian.
And this isn't an isolated incident. I mean, there's a lot of stories just like this.
Exactly, and that's the whole thing. This one was the interesting thing about this one really is that Wendy Connors with the Faded Discs collection, she included this. That recording was well known. I think Berthold Schwartz actually in his book UFO Dynamics, he does a lengthy portion in a chapter about this case and similar MIB cases in that book. And here we have a psychotherapist who's looking at UFOs through that lens, through the lens of understanding the human mind and everything, and the relationship there with the UFO experience. So long story short, there were a lot of people who were very interested in what Dr. Hopkins described, but this individual, now again, John Keel really kind of popularized the ideas. When we go all the way back to Albert Bender and, of course, Gray Barker in the early days of the men who knew too much about flying saucers and thereby gave rise to this modern myth, Keel kind of revives all of that. And he starts calling them by the acronym, the MIBs, which I guess really is just an abbreviation, but not to split.
It really just should be MIB.
Well, but the point is that Keel really kind of built onto that mythos. A lot of people are like, okay, great, make of it what you will. But when we have a licensed hypnotherapist, a psychiatrist like Dr. Herbert Hopkins, who seemingly very matter of fact says this individual came to meet me, and the way he described this MIB would be in the this would be the designation that Keel would have called one of the so-called cadavers. In other words, it was a human.
Yeah, let's talk about the cadavers.
This individual, well, in fact, you'll, after a fashion, you almost resemble one a little with those glasses, my boy. I mean, the very pale skin, the dark hair,
I do cultivate a moon tan, but
yeah.
I'm not a man in black. I am a bit goth. I'm a punk rocker. I wear black because it's slimming, and I wear black because it matches the way that I feel on the inside when I wear it on the outside.
TMI, baby, TMI.
A very likely story. So Keel would have called these cadavers. He says, some of these, I'm going to do my best, John Keel, but some of these men in black that show up, they look like they just crawled right out of the grave, and they just they're draped in black and everything, and it's like their skin's just barely hanging onto the bones, So that's how he would have described these cadavers. Anyway, this individual shows up at the home of Dr. Herbert Hopkins.
Within seconds.
All right, now wait.
Within seconds.
Within
seconds just a second.
Of the phone call.
Who is this Dr. Herbert Hopkins?
Well, if you'd been listening the first time I told you,
I was. I'm suffering from cognitive decline. It's not a laughing matter. My short-term memory is for sure.
Yeah. You hear that? The Cardinal just told us we can't laugh.
Take notes, bro.
Laugh.
Take notes.
Don't laugh at me. Laugh near me.
Everybody got to behave now. So Dr. Herbert Hopkins was
Hopkins. Because I thought, it was important to distinguish him from Bud Hopkins.
Right. Yes. This is not okay. Fair point. This is not the hypnotherapist. Well, Bud Hopkins was not a hypnotherapist.
He was an artist.
He was
a fine artist.
He was a painter.
He was a fine artist and a researcher who employed hypnosis in his abduction research.
And a best-selling author.
But Dr. Herbert Hopkins was an actual clinical professional who used hypnosis.
And what time frame are we talking about here?
Late 1970s. Yeah. And you can hear, there's a full recording, a 30-minute recording of him recounting this story. So the individual shows up at his house, like Chris was saying, seconds after this phone call ends.
Right.
He's wearing a dark navy or black suit, a bowler hat, pale white skin. And this individual comes in, and his demeanor is something like this. All right? He comes in, and he sits down, and he says, "Tell me about the case." And he speaks very monotone like that. And when Dr.
Would you say almost robotically?
Yes, I would. Now, at one point, this individual reaches up and kind of brushes his lip, and Hopkins notes that there's a red smudge left on the glove of the hand of this individual. And he says, this guy was wearing lipstick. And he said, at that point, I noticed he didn't actually have lips. He just had a thin line, and he had
no lips.
He had no lips, but he had drawn lipstick on as though to try and give the appearance of lips. Right. Now, again, as a researcher, I listen to this account, and I take it very seriously in the sense that why does Dr. Hopkins make up a story like this? So just keep that in mind as I'm sharing this. And I'll try to be very clear.
Good point. Good point, Micah. Good point.
Well, there are a lot of encounters.
If indeed, we put the whole MIB thing
seem to have a slit for a mouth.
If the whole MIB thing falls into the category of folklore, what the hell is this clinical professional describing. So at this point, he says, this individual says, reach into your pocket, you have 2 coins.
Right.
And Hopkins, who had bought a paper earlier that afternoon, knows that indeed there are 2 coins in his pocket. And he pulls them out, or he pulls one out, and the coin
One
sitting
was a quarter and one was a nickel.
right. Yes, and so I think the nickel's on his hand, and the man, and this is what Hopkins said. He says this guy was he was a good coin magician, because as he's watching the coin kind of begins to turn fuzzy and kind of look like it's spinning, you know, and kind of like my finger. You can't really see my finger very closely. And the coin vanishes. The man says, "Do you know how Barney Hill died?" And
I forget this part.
No, this is
Now listen. So the MIB, this man who's sitting there, says, "Do you know how Barney Hill died?" And Hopkins said, "Oh, I thought it was a heart attack." And the man says, "Barney Hill died because Barney Hill had no heart. Like you no longer have a coin in your hand," and the coin was gone.
Ominous.
Yeah. So at that point, he said it wasn't a demand or a command, but it was simply a statement. This individual said, "You're going to stop following up on the Stevens case, and all these tapes of these recordings of the hypnosis you've made, you're going to get rid of those." He said
And
it
was
wasn't
an ultimatum. It wasn't a question.
It wasn't it was just a statement. Is how, and if you listen to the recording of Dr. Hopkins saying this, he says very explicitly.
You don't happen to have that handy, do you?
I do, yeah.
Would you play it for us?
Yeah, well, it's a very long recording. I think it's about 30 minutes long, but I could pull up.
If you could just play like the highlights.
Let me just let me see if I can get just a portion of that.
I don't
very
want
reminiscent
to
of
guys,
upset the groove of
we're
of
either
the
going to
evening,
talk
but-
or we're going to listen to recordings. And
No,
if we're
I
gonna
just
listen
mean
to
like a
recordings.
bit.
I'm going to
Just
bug you. You know,
the
out of here.
highlights.
Hey, yeah, Don's got a very good point there. Yeah, I mean, I've already told you the main points of the story.
Okay, fair
And
enough.
we could do a whole show just about this. So long
Yeah.
story short, I'll just finish this up really quickly. Yeah. So the individual at this point begins to lose power is how Dr. Hopkins described it. This individual, he said, his speech begins to slow, and then he says, I must leave now. And he says that the guy gets up and Hopkins opens the door for him, but he's very freaked out at this point. It says that the guy, as he's walking down, he's holding onto the railing and basically gets down laboriously.
And this is this the case exactly that I mentioned where he says my energy is winding down?
I don't recall if the individual said that explicitly, but he had said he had to go, and it was like he was I think Darius says powering down. That was how this guy behaves.
Darius always has the good information.
As Hopkins goes back to his kitchen, he sees a light outside, a bright light flash in his driveway, and he has no idea where this came from. But the man walks out and just kind of disappears as this light from nowhere appears. So his family gets home. He's sitting in his study later that afternoon with a gun because he's very unnerved about what had happened.
Sure.
But again, I'll leave the story right there. That's the story as he told it. In the recording, and I can tell you guys, where you can find that online. It's on archive.org. But
yeah, if you wouldn't mind leaving a link in the private chat, I'll move it to the regular chat.
Yeah, and that way everybody can listen on their own time because, like Don said, I mean, that's 30 minutes and we'll wade into that. And I mean, we've already kind of told the story. But my question I'll just leave is this, some of these MIB reports do sound strange. I mean, they're real strange. And I don't know why a clinical professional tells a story like that, if he's just, it's easy to say people are hoaxers or that they're mistaken or that they're just full of shit. Was Dr. Herbert Hopkins, a licensed hypnotherapist, full of shit? Was he a liar? Was he, a tall tale teller? I don't know. Maybe so, but that's one hell of a damn tall tale.
Mike, I have a question on this. What do you think about Albert K. Bender? Did he experience legitimately the same kind of thing that Hopkins did? Or do you think he was being goofed on by Mosley and Gray Barker?
Or was he a shyster himself?
So the funny thing is about that, Bender had been making some inquiries at that time. And then there was also this member of the Flying Saucer Bureau that had been a reverend who had been taking photographs. And Charles Lear was the guy who told me about this. Charles Lear, who's a historian who's written a recent book about some of the flying saucer researchers from that era. And this reverend who had been taking these photographs in Washington was stopped by some federal agents and said, you should be very careful the kind of things that you're taking pictures of here in DC. Long story short, Gray Barker writes to Bender and says, we've all been stopped and we think the FBI is looking into us because we're interested in UFOs. And the insinuation had been that Barker might have gotten, not Gray Barker, I'm sorry, Albert Bender might have gotten a little freaked out because a bunch of the members of the International Flying Saucer Bureau were being approached by, federal agents. And so rather than have an inquiry of his own occur, he cooks up a story and says he's already been visited, and then he shuts down his operations. That's one speculation about what might have happened. But the way he told the story many years later, he said it wasn't black business suits. It was like, shrouds with like kind of hoods and things like this. They spoke telepathically, and I was taken on board a spacecraft, and it ends up turning into this kind of like contactee thing.
Yeah.
However you cut it, my bottom line is I think Albert Bender, I think he made up the story. I don't think that was a real story at all. But it gave rise to a whole mythos of Men in Black stories that would follow.
And the thing that we can't forget is the fact that during this period of time was the Great Red Scare.
Oh,
commies everywhere. And the FBI, in many cases, I think, were interested in the contactees because of the anti-nuclear missive that they were pushing.
Yeah, no, very, very, very good point. Again, so an earlier question was, do we still see Men in Black like this today? Not so much. One reason might be, like Don's pointing out, back during the Cold War, Jazz Shaw just brought this to my attention. Again, there was this Blue Book incident that was investigated back in 1948, I believe. And the specifics are on it.
That's the earliest Men in Black encounter, isn't it?
It's and I think it's called Incident 47, something along those lines. Jazz wrote a great article about it over there at the Debrief, which you can just go over there and read. But the long story short is that there had been a couple of federal agents, and it was in the Blue Book files who these guys were. One of them was an FBI guy because, again, and this is, everybody here would probably know this very well, but especially Don Ecker. The FBI in the early days were very involved in UFO investigation. Why? Because they were looking at the realistic possibility that there was a Soviet technology surveilling U.S. operations. And then what ended up happening is Greenwood and Fawcett pointed out from the FBI documents that were released much later through the FOIA, the FBI got pissed off because the Air Force was giving them shit. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
were the Air Force saying
Hoover was incensed by that.
Yeah. Hoover got
J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, you tell them about it.
Well, Hoover, there's a very famous leaked document where allegedly came from the FBI, where J. Edgar Hoover said that the Air Force or the Army, no, by that time it was the Air Force, had refused them permission to see the object recovered at L.A. Now, there was some question whether he was talking about Los Angeles or possibly the state of Louisiana, but Hoover had been basically pushed out. And everybody knows what a power mad, megalomaniac J. Edgar Hoover was. So he basically grabbed his toys and went home.
Yeah. And
could LA have been Los Alamos?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, that's just speculation on my part, but I'd wondered about Los Alamos too, Walter. So yeah. But I mean, in any case, the FBI they were tired of the Air Force. And there was a particular memorandum where an Air Force top brass official had, spoken very unkindly about the FBI coming around asking questions about their investigations. And
now, Micah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to ask you a question. Do you mean that they were upset with the FBI because they had sort of moved into their territory as far as this questioning UFO witnesses?
Yeah, I think you might argue that, but I mean the point is that the FBI was investigating UFO cases, but they were trying to. Here's the thing: they were trying to help in the investigation into the possibility that there was reconnaissance being carried out by the Soviets. And when the Air Force intimated that we're not interested in having your help, they were like, you know what? All right, we won't help you. And the FBI got very quickly out of the UFO game. But in those very early years, like 47, 48, 49, yeah, the FBI had a much more significant presence. So now coming back to this incident that Jazz wrote about, yeah, one of the guys who'd gone out there and investigated this gentleman Moore was his name, who had photographed a UFO. He was an FBI agent. But at that point, those guys did not reveal what branch of the government they worked for. They just said, we're with the government, sir. We can't disclose any additional information to you. And one of them actually mentioned, and this was mentioned in the Blue Book file, how strange he thought it was that they wouldn't reveal where they worked for or what branch they were with. So Jazz speculates, as others have, that this might, and again, they wore plain clothes, i.e. black business suits. They didn't wear government suits. They didn't wear like uniforms. So it's been speculated that this might have been an early Men in Black case. But again, the witness in that incident did not claim that he was visited by a mysterious, paranormal entity or anything like that.
G-men.
It establishes precedent for the idea that G-men, to borrow the expression that Chris uses there, might have given rise to some of the legends and similar incidents around that time, right? The government agents might have legitimately investigated some.
Well, agents were in many cases thugs in those days. They were thugs.
Well, look at the what was it, Don? There was a great film made about this with Johnny Depp a few years ago, right? Where what was the name of the guy?
Whitey Bulger?
No, it was going back to earlier than that. But I mean, the origins of the FBI, yeah, it was very much like a.
Oh, during the 30s gang wars.
Yeah, I think that's the one you're talking about.
Okay, there's a question from our chat, and I think that Walter is probably the best person to answer Radioactive's question. Keep in mind, the FBI does have a domestic counterintelligence mission, and they don't necessarily coordinate their activities with the military counterintel activities. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, my personal experience is that during the time I was in, the FBI doesn't necessarily coordinate. The military agents pretty much have to, due to the posse comitatus law.
And you're speaking of military intelligence.
I'm speaking of military agents in
general. Okay.
Yeah.
Domestic.
Right. Yeah. We're talking domestic. Now, when it comes to double agent operations and operation, the FBI and the military agents, if there's a military connection, work together all the time. Yeah. So there's more coordination than you realize. But back in those days, I could see there being much less coordination. I would say that the coordination increased after the Army counterintelligence guys got in trouble in the 70s, which you're familiar with.
Here's something else to look at from the standpoint of the United States Air Force.
Yeah.
In 1952, now remember, this was just 9 years after the attack on Pearl Harbor, okay, which happened, of course, December of 41. The Navy Secretary was on a fact-finding mission. This would have been circa 1952. And coming back from Hawaii, flying into CONUS, or the continental United States, his aircraft was buzzed by a UFO. Everybody on board the aircraft saw it, all right, which freaked him out. Now, a couple of things that you got to know. Number one, the United States Navy has one of the finest military intelligence services anywhere.
Undoubtedly.
The Navy has always been top notch.
For longer than most people realize.
Yeah.
Going back to like President Lincoln, right?
These guys have been on top of the game.
Yeah.
So he gets back to D.C. All right. First thing he does is call his brother's secretary at the Air Force. And he said, hey, this is what happened. And I'm paraphrasing, of course. He said, hey, this is what happened. He said, I want to meet with you and find out what the hell you guys got on this phenomenon.
Huh.
Well, here came the fly in the buttermilk. The Navy secretary was waiting for him to talk. And he said, well, bad news is you don't have a need to know. And that was the end of the conversation. The Air Force was extremely jealous about their own little 40 acres. Okay. Now, that infuriated, of course, as you might expect, the Secretary of the Navy.
Yeah.
Now, I cannot prove this, all right, but I have high suspicions that the Navy at that point started their own investigation on the UFO phenomenon. And it's all been very hush-hush. But since the Nimitz encounter in 2004, okay, then the New York Times story on it, Harry Reid's press briefer where he talks about helping get financing for ATIP, all right, all of this has just been a watershed event. The one group that has never broken an inch of silence about any of this.
Yeah, it's O&I. Is the Air Force?
The Air Force. It was Air Force intelligence officers, agents who went on the ship and took those.
How do we know that? How do we know that, Walter?
That was part of the reputable reporting on the case. That's my best understanding. It's
so Air Force officers arrived on the carrier, and they were the ones that carried away the
hard drive
from the Princeton.
Yeah, from the Princeton and the
Air
Nimitz.
Force on a Navy vessel did that. Yes.
Right.
Wow. I didn't know that. I always thought that nobody knew who they were.
Well, my experience with the Air Force is they're the most conservative branch about their bailiwick, like Don said, and their reputation. But think about this.
Well, a lot of them are just born-again Christians. I mean, there's a
lot of church boys in the Air Force. But think about this. The U.S. Air Force, the demonstration of the superiority of air power during World War II didn't result in the creation of an independent Air Force, okay? But it's not until 3 or 4 years later, after the end of the war, with the National Security Act, 2 years, of 1947, that the U.S. Air Force is created at the same time as CIA.
Guys, here's the thing.
And NSA. So
this was all in 47. June 24th was the Kenneth Arnold sighting.
Yeah.
Okay, at Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
Just basically a week and a half later, the Roswell case erupts nationally and internationally in newspapers, which is immediately denied by Roger Ramey, okay? The end of July of 47, just 3-4 weeks after the 4th of July, the National Security Act is signed into law. The Central Intelligence Agency is created.
And if I'm not mistaken, that also created the NSA.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Was in 47, the Air Force is created at the same time as the NSA and the CIA. And
this all happened on the heels of whatever it was that happened at Roswell.
Because if World War II didn't result in, hey, we need an independent Air Force, again, what the hell happened in 47? Like Don's pointing out, that they finally do create an independent.
It's a very good point.
Yeah,
that's something that.
And then the pushback may have resulted in the Forrestal suicide, supposed suicide,
or suicided.
And I've had Peter Robbins on at least half a dozen times, and we've discussed James Forrestal, the first Secretary of Defense of the United States, who threw himself out of a 13-story window at the Bethesda State Mental Hospital backwards, so that the glass shards ended up in the room instead of on the concrete below.
Bizarre
Yeah.
situation.
Figure that one out.
It's a very, very sketchy account.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
boys.
almost as bad
we've been
as
we've been sold a bucket of pure cow shit.
Yeah, it's almost as bad as what they did to the poor Paul Benowitz, right?
Yes,
Oh.
indeed.
That's kind of apples and oranges.
Which reminds
Yeah,
me,
it
Micah,
is.
Micah, you asked me about the dark side. We're obviously not going to have time tonight, but
Yeah.
if you would like to discuss that, I'd be more than happy to talk to you on the phone about that.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not even.
I'd
You know what?
you know what I'd rather
Maybe-
do?
Maybe
You know
I'll
what
just
I'd
have your
rather
ass
do?
on the Micah Hanks program, and we'll
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
what
Yeah.
I'd
People
rather
people
do
should hear that one.
What I'd rather do is have Micah crash your show, Don, and then maybe not crash it, but just be an informed source.
Well,
And,
you know-
and we could discuss
The way
it
you've
that
been interrupting tonight, who said I'm going to be back?
Whoa! Oh, snap!
Whoa.
As a student of this phenomenon, I often go to bed at night when I can't sleep because, I mean, you know, we night owls. Even though I should go to sleep.
I'm
like
kidding,
Gil.
Gil. I'm
I
just
know,
joking
Don.
with you.
He's but I do. I'll go to bed and I'll put on the classic radio and I'll listen to Yesteryear, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell or whoever else, you know, whatever
Mhm.
the program might be, and I'll hear Art on there, you know, talking to, you know, all these
Well,
you know,
Micah, you
names, but-
have to understand there's a little bit of confirmation bias here with
Yeah.
Don Ecker because he literally has been broadcasting about UFOs and the paranormal for longer than
Oh, I
Art
know.
Bell.
Oh, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, though, fresh on my mind had been this episode of Coast to Coast where Don had been on there talking about lunar anomalies back in the early 1990s.
Tell
Really?
us all about it.
That was 2001.
He's
Micah,
right here.
and-
Tell us all about it.
It was 1990s.
No, it was earlier than that, Don.
I thought there was one.
I got a copy of the
How
show right
dare
here.
you tell me what the date
Well,
was?
I got a copy of the show right here. It was,
It was 2001, really? Huh.
yeah.
All right.
I thought it was in the 90s too. Do you,
but
Michael?
look,
All right,
I-
all right. I apologize. I have to butt in. We have a question
I've
from
been
the
banging on Art.
Bodhisattva kid.
I'd been
Pre-
banging on
previous
Art for a long
question.
time, especially after the Hell Bop situation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There
And
was.
Ed Games, Dr. Doom, and all that.
And
crap.
Heaven's Gate.
Courtney
Well,
Brown, and
And then there was also, I mean,
Art Bell really
I loved
put his
Art.
foot in his mouth that
I
time.
loved Art, but you know, Art often stepped over the line between entertainment and then responsible reporting, which didn't do any.
a journalist.
Every
he was
freaking
not.
Big
night.
time.
every
And-
freaking night.
And then he came out saying he had this show called Dark Matter, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, I know somebody else who had a radio show.
Oh God! Oh, I remember Don went
Matters.
freaking
Dark
ballistic.
So,
Matters.
Oh man!
Yeah,
Oh, no.
radio show with that name for much longer. As back to your point, Gil. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we have a question from the Bodhisattva kid. Previous question. I attended election from Stanton Friedman over 30 years ago. Was a huge influence on me. Curious how the panel views his work nowadays. Now, before anyone answers, back in a previous lifetime, I put on UFO lectures here in Lawrence, Kansas, at the University of Kansas. And I actually put on a UFO lecture with Stanton Friedman. And I had lunch with him. He took issue with the name of the place that we had lunch. It was kind of a new agey sounding thing. But I got to sound him out pretty thoroughly. And I was a vegetarian at the time. And I mentioned, to the waiter or the waitress, whoever it was, that I'd like to have a vegetarian dish. And when we were done ordering, Stanton said to me, if everybody ate like you do, we'd be in a lot better shape than we are now. And he proceeded to eat a steak because I was paying for it.
Damn right, Gil. I'd eat a
He
steak
didn't put his
too.
money
Yeah,
where his
me
mouth
too.
is.
No, I can't anymore. So.
He put my money where his mouth is. But he proceeded to enjoy his steak. And but he did acknowledge if everybody, ate like I did, we'd be in a lot better shape than we are
Yeah,
now.
now you're getting into my territory.
That was in the 1990s. Yes, Chris,
Yeah.
that's absolutely right up
Yeah.
your
I thought
alley.
that was 2001.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, Gil, you're in Lawrence, Kansas. I
Yeah.
got a question.
Home
do you know
of
any
the
family
Jayhawk.
there? But do you know any family there by the name of Winchesters?
No, you mean like related to the Winchester House?
Sam
No.
and Dean.
Sam and Dean.
Never heard of them.
Oh. They got a cool car.
That's some good
All
stuff.
right, Don.
Yeah.
You got to play by the rules. You brought up something that you're keeping to yourself, and
What's
we
that?
need to hear it. Please do tell.
You mean about the
About?
Winchesters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you laughed pretty hard about it that I didn't know what they were.
It was
so
a 15-year hit
inform
on
me.
TV. Supernatural.
20 years, supernatural.
I never saw a single episode,
That's
so
a
you
fictional TV
you,
show.
you got me.
I just binged the whole
That's
series.
a fictional
I've never
TV
watched
series,
it.
right?
I just binged it a few months back.
Oh, yeah.
It clicked with me. It took me a while because it was 20 years worth of
Well,
episodes.
15, Walter.
Whoa.
I think they
Okay,
went
okay,
20.
but
Wow.
wait,
Oh,
wait,
you're
wait,
right,
hold
you're
it,
right.
hold it,
15.
hold,
15.
wait.
Oh,
I know
wait.
what he's gonna say. He's gonna say it's time to shut down because I'm about to die. And
No, all the time, my
powerful.
energy is running low.
But I'm-
No.
this is
my
my
energy
third
is
interview
just
today.
fine. Thank you very much.
yeah, and I'll have to cash
No,
out soon. Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
I don't know if you
My-
guys noticed, but I'm elderly now, and
Oh, you're freaky
Micah,
bones.
come on.
Yeah.
Look at me and
I'm
Chris.
bleeding.
Don
Micah.
Ecker can
I'm
make
bleeding
it,
deep, buddy.
but Micah Hanks got to go get some sleepy by.
Hey, can I say something real quick? If it was my
You
show
can
tonight,
say
can I say
something
something
real
before
quick.
I take off?
It's your show.
Before I get out of here, get my picture up there for just a minute. Look, this was a real hell of a great night. To be in the presence of some of my very favorite human beings, Walter Bosley, whom I have traveled with, and we have shared adventures together. We have had many fantastic conversations. Chris O'Brien, who's been an influence on me for a long time, but also a dear friend, a guy who I've dined with, I've drank with, I've talked with.
You drank with him. I
Hell
haven't
yeah.
even drank with him.
More than once I have. And I've never met, I've never
More than
dined
once
with, and
I
I've never
have.
drank with Don Ecker. But I'm going to tell you right now, Don Ecker's been an influence on my work for decades. So
Oh,
Don,
hell yeah.
we got to correct that, and I'll have you on my show, I hope, sooner rather than later. But all you guys are among my favorite people, and Gil, you too. And I just want to thank you, Gil, for bringing this whole thing together. This was a complete surprise to me. I got my Christmas present early. I had no idea that three of my favorite people and researchers were going to be here tonight, and I've
You're
enjoyed
very
the living
welcome.
shit out of it. So thank you so much.
It was my
Yeah.
pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you too, Gil.
Micah, always, and I've told you this on my show, always a freaking pleasure when you're around. Truly.
You guys are all amazing.
And Don, just to remind you, you can say whatever you want. You can say it's a fucking great pleasure. We are not regulated by the FCC.
Micah,
here.
it's been a fucking great pleasure.
There you go.
This one goes up to the Empire of the Wheel, ladies and
There
gentlemen.
you go.
Hey.
That's it.
Here's to you. Well, thank you all. And on that note, on that ceremonious,
Micah, thank you very much for your wonderful attendance and your generosity, giving away a signed an autograph book of the UFO Singularity. It's been wonderful having you on the show. As always, you're a fan favorite. We still have 16 people in the chat after 3.5 hours. And I know that's a long time to go, but I really appreciate your being here, and I look forward to our next show together.
My pleasure. And again, thanks to my brothers here, because I think that's the only way I can appropriately refer to the four of you as brothers. You guys are more like family than friends. And so, indeed, until the next one, next round's on me, okay?
Hey, that sounds good.
Ah!
Hey,
Thanks,
Micah.
Yo.
Happy fucking holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen. All right, gentlemen, a good night. And of course, in the words of Edward R. Murrow, good luck.
And Micah, if you haven't seen the movie Violent Night, you should go out and see it. It's really, really good.
We're going to put that one on the list then.
It's really good. You should see it in the theater because it's a communal experience. Everybody goes, oh!
Well, I just recently watched two movies that I've seen before, but if you haven't seen them and you're in for a treat, Unthinkable, Samuel L. Jackson, Carrie Ann Moss, which
nice.
actually hits on some of the topics that we've talked about tonight with nuclear weapons.
I've had a crush on Carrie Ann Moss since the first time I saw her.
Cop Shop with
Shop.
Gerard Butler.
Oh, Gerard Butler's the greatest.
God, that movie is it's a
He's
thrill
fucking
a minute.
amazing.
Cop Shop.
Got to keep those in mind.
That's
well,
great.
Gentlemen.
All right, Micah.
Yeah.
We'll see you next month on the second week on Thursday.
It's a pleasure, as always. Good night. Good luck.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Yep.
Just take care, all right? See ya.
Did Chris leave too?
He did. He skedaddled. So it's
Walter,
just
it's great seeing you, buddy.
Three.
Yeah,
It's great.
Yeah, we gotta. Now that we're through the crazy couple of years, we gotta get together. Because we haven't got together. I mean, it was over, I believe, at Rich's place that last gathering he had.
I have to tell you, Don. Walter has told me on many occasions, surreptitiously, and sworn me to secrecy, that he wanted to stream with you, and.
I thought you were going to say he didn't want anybody to know that he knew me.
No, he wanted to stream with you, and I've now betrayed his confidence by telling you that. However,
Walter has always been one of the great fucking guys. He really
yeah.
Thank you.
Walter's research and connecting the dots is extremely solid. He's one of the all-time greats of occult mysteries and connecting the dots. And as you are, Don, you've put together some incredible research about things on the moon, which brings to mind that I have a question for you about that, if you're willing.
Do it. Go.
We've seen a lot of footage of the moon from the Japanese Space Agency and the Indian Space Agency that didn't seem to jibe with your research about, especially if we branch out to the research of Ingo Swann, his book Penetration, naked aliens on the backside of the moon, whatever. I'd kind of like to get your take about what you think is actually going on there, and whether our government in the United States knows about it, and if they do, if there's anything they can do about it.
Okay, now I don't know if you realize the can of worms you just opened.
Oh, no, I do.
Okay. No, it's even bigger, I think, than you may realize. First, we've got to go back, before I even approach the moon, to something that, as a matter of fact, Walter articulated brilliantly earlier this evening.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it deals, and this is my opinion, okay, this is where my research has led me. You got to
Sure.
also, you got to understand that this is just like a preface. When I get involved in these things, just by nature and automatically, I put my cop hat on. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to look at it as if it were a criminal case that I was attempting to investigate.
Your investigator cap.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I call it my cop hat, but
Mhm.
whatever. I believe that Earth has gone through a number of catastrophic events that has totally reset the surviving humans that survived the catastrophic event.
And scoured the planet.
Year zero.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. Year
I
zero.
agree. I agree fully.
Now, when you're talking about what we are observing in the skies and on the ground and what have you, 30 years ago, I was convinced, and I think, Walter, I think I've told you this,
Mhm.
I was convinced it was all nuts and bolts.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
As
Okay.
opposed to the paranormal.
Exactly. Nuts and bolts.
Mhm.
But as time went along, and hey, my wife and I were in the center of UFO magazine,
Sure.
which basically at that time, when we were publishing, was the center of the UFO situation in the United States. We were dealing with people
the best
everywhere.
The best UFO magazine ever to hit the newsstands, in my humble opinion.
Well, thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
That's why I paid you to sign some and send them to me.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, we were being, and I know, and look,
Oh, your mail was being tampered with. Your phone was being tapped, right?
I know for a fact, the phone, maybe. I know for a fact that I was personally surveilled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We had people down the street. And at the time, I got to tell you,
And
at
did
the
you
magazine.
Did you live in Laurel Canyon?
No. At the time, we were living in Sunland.
Uh-huh.
Okay. But at any rate, I know that we were being surveilled. I didn't give a shit.
Sure.
At the time. I really didn't.
Well, yeah. I mean, what are they going to do?
I had done 2 tours in Southeast Asia. I had been in combat. I had been wounded. I was a cop. Okay. I was wounded as a cop. I mean, that kind of stuff. I knew how to deal with that kind of shit.
You weren't easily intimidated.
So anyway, but the people that I knew was everybody that was anybody in the field. George Knapp, personal friend. I got drunk with him. Okay.
Maybe more than once.
Yeah. Ingo Swan, okay, was a personal friend of mine. And he was the guy that designed the protocols for the Stargate
viewing.
program,
Yeah.
remote viewing. Richie Saraday, okay, he was my partner at the time.
And you know, I hate to butt in, but I really wanted to get Richard on the show, and he was the highlight of every Friday night. And I'm very sorry for your loss, and I'm very sorry for my loss. I really wanted to get him on the show, and it just wasn't possible. So,
Well, Walter was a very good friend with Richard too.
I didn't know that.
You know, met him through Dawn, and we were all invited to these gatherings at his place. His wife, you know, Nee would put on this great, you know, gathering, and
I understand that he was a master actor of stage and screen.
Yeah,
that he taught acting, and that he also had many paranormal experiences, including UFOs.
He sure did. Yes.
And
matter
so,
of fact,
Don, what I'm trying to say is I really mourn your loss, because it's also my loss.
Well, I'm still, believe it or not, I'm still grieving over Rich. We were extremely close.
Yeah, no, he
We
was
really were.
on every week with you.
Yeah. But anyway, as I knew all these people, and I've talked to literally thousands of people over the 20 plus years that I was a director of research, I'd been out on cases, I'd gone out in the field, I'd interviewed witnesses, I dealt with NASA, I dealt with cops, and my thinking began to evolve. Now, George Knapp and Skinwalker Ranch and Colin Kellner was a turning point for me. And when I say that, my eyes began to open to other possibilities. And the possibility involved interdimensional contact. Okay? Interdimensional. And cryptid creatures. The Mothman. I mean, John Keel. I knew John Keel.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. I lived 2 hours from Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
Wow.
Okay, in Pennsylvania. I'm originally from Pennsylvania. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I
did know that. I just forgot it.
Okay. Well, I called John frequently. We had many conversations.
So you guys were tight.
I wouldn't say you
knew each other.
Tight. We knew each other. And I had his home number.
You were friendly with each other. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
well, his books are.
It was John Keel.
Some of the best reading material in the genre.
Well, John Keel was really the impetus that got me moving on the human mutilation research that I did for 3 years. Okay, and it was as a result of the Mothman prophecies. Right. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. So suddenly the nuts and bolts thing and the interdimensional thing, and then there was one more possibility from the result of planetary catastrophism, and that was, and Walter will love this, the possibility of a breakaway advanced human civilization that left the planet during one of these catastrophic events.
Yeah. Possibly
and later came back.
Before the Younger Dryas.
Oh yeah, or any number of events. Look, are you aware? You probably are. But are you aware that Earth, okay, in the distant past was ground zero for a nuclear holocaust here?
I didn't know that, but I knew that the planet that we call home, Earth, has been hit by multiple comets.
No. I'm talking about nuclear weapons.
Asteroids.
I'm talking about nuclear weapons, Gil.
No, I did not know that.
Comets.
Oh yeah. We had Dr. John Brandenburg on last time you were on, and thank you very much for bringing him on. But we talked about the nuclear detonations on Mars. I did not know about nuclear detonations in the distant past on Earth.
The Vedic scriptures detail it.
Bingo.
And there are areas in India today that is still radioactive.
Yeah.
As a result
I did not know that.
Yes. And Zachariah Sitchin, who was a very dear, close personal friend of mine, identified a spot. If you're familiar with the research he did on the Sumerian culture, Enlil, Enki, Ishtar, a number of other Sumerian gods, that there was a nuclear weapons detonation in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, but this happened a very long time ago. It's certainly not in recent history. So anyway, the breakaway human civilization that came back and then for whatever reason decided to not live on planet Earth openly. Okay. I believe that there are colonies of these. I believe in the possibility there are colonies of these beings that are living underground and under the ocean today. So there are three possibilities I see, and I don't know, Walter, if you would agree with that or not, but I see three explanations for what we've been witnessing. Hell, right down here off Santa Monica in California, we have continuous sightings of UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, leaving the ocean and entering the ocean almost daily with USO, unidentified submersible objects.
Yeah. And actually, that was something that I wanted to talk to Micah about when he was here, because he's, with the debrief, the news organization that he helped put together, he's, proposed that the USOs are, to borrow a phrase from Lovecraft, ununderstandable. They're completely not known and can't be known by the common human. And I really wanted to press him on that, but we only had so much time.
Well, you originally asked me about the moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I've been doing a roundabout way to get to the moon.
Okay.
So back in 91, I had a guest on my original, or 92, I had a guest on my original radio show,
UFOs
Tonight. All right. And actually, I had ended up having two guests on different nights talking about the moon. Now, one of these guys asked me if I was familiar with a book written in the 70s. It came out around 76, called Somebody Else is on the Moon by George H. Leonard.
Right.
I was not, but I found a copy of the book and I immediately began reading it.
I'm sorry, Don, what year was this that you found a copy of it?
92.
Okay.
Now, when I find something that fascinates me and I sink my teeth into it like I did with this, okay, I'm like a bulldog. I won't let go. And I began doing some in-depth, and I used to drive Vicky crazy, okay, with my obsession.
Used to.
Yeah. Well, okay, still do now and again. But anyway, I dove deep into this, and I did something when I first decided to become involved in the UFO thing. For 6 months back in those days, and we're talking about the 80s, I haunted bookstores and libraries, everywhere I could find information. This was before the internet, right? Well, I started tracking down, and I discovered a document that NASA had prepared for them,
right,
during the
I've
Apollo
heard Richard
moon
C.
program.
Hoagland talk about this.
Yeah, well, Hoagland found out about it from me.
Oh, really?
NASA Technical Report 277. Okay. And basically what they had done was they contracted some of the top academic experts that in the United States to basically find out what astronomers had been looking at on the moon. Transient lunar phenomena.
And don't you find it interesting, by the way, that since then, when we've launched much more sensitive equipment into orbit, for instance,
on the moon,
the Hubble, that when people have asked questions about why don't you point it toward the moon, and NASA's answer was, Well, it's too bright. It would blow away the filters.
Yeah.
What a load of horse shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Look,
they say that
I'm sorry, but that's a load of horse shit.
They say that even the cameras in our cell phones, we can, put it up to a telescope and take more clear pictures than, we've seen in those
I
books.
took a picture of the full moon last night, and I still can't find the man in the moon.
Well, here's a dirty little secret about the moon.
Yeah.
When our first astronauts went up there, and I've announced this on your show, Gil.
Yeah.
The astronauts were armed. They went up
they were
there,
packing heat for
they
sure.
were packing 45 caliber automatic pistols. Now, for those people that think you can't shoot a 45 caliber or any kind of pistol or firearm in space,
on the moon,
are wrong.
If you shot a 45, you'd flip over backwards 7 times.
Well, I don't know
What
about
a
that.
load of horse
but-
shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
So,
sorry. That's horse shit.
well, it is. Now, when I found that out, quite frankly, I didn't believe it. All right. So what I did was I called up
What,
NASA.
you mean you had an active bullshit detector at that time?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And I finally got the spokesman to acknowledge that, yeah, they did have guns when they went up there. And I said,
Oh, okay.
Why?
I think I can piece together the rest of this. This is so that in case they landed in the jungle, they'd be able to defend themselves. When we always had splashdowns, the Russians were the only people that had bump downs.
exactly.
So like what jungle?
Well,
South America.
coming back from the moon. But anyway, so we went up there 6 times. All right. We landed.
Because
we farted
Apollo
around on the
13
surface.
just went around
We
the
brought
moon.
back a bunch of rocks and dirt. And if you were around in the 60s, you will remember, because I do, all the great grand plans that NASA had for the moon. We were going to put a base up there.
Yeah.
We were going to have manufacturing facilities.
Don, do you remember the Disney film with Werner von Braun when he was talking about having a Mars base by 1980?
Yeah.
Walter,
he-
do you remember that?
He was a good
I've
Nazi.
seen it, yeah.
He was a great Nazi, Werner von Braun.
Jawohl.
Indeed.
He was a freaking SS colonel.
Yeah,
That's right.
and besides being a fucking SS colonel, he also was using Jewish slave labor in Peenemünde,
Yes.
Of course he was.
Aware of it.
and all that they did in Project Paperclip was cross out one word, that he was an ardent Nazi, and they just marked out the word ardent. He was a Nazi. Nazi schmatzi. I don't
Yeah.
know where they will come down.
It's the
The people in old London town
But
deserve their
let me-
pensions to
look,
Werner von
look.
Braun.
Gil, I don't got all night. Okay, it's fucking
Okay.
9 o'clock here. So
9
let me
o'clock?
let
I
me
got-
finish up
no.
my little soliloquy here. Okay, so we went up 6 times and then we cut it out. That was it. No more moon. We had 3 additional missions
Don,
ready to go.
one quick question. Do you believe that we were warned or scared off the moon?
Let me finish.
I think he's
Okay.
getting to that.
We had 3 missions that were ready to go. The equipment was built, the astronauts were trained. Basically, it was paid for, and we didn't. Okay. Now, when asked why, NASA said, well, that got to be basically old hat. People are People are tired of hearing about the moon. You know, they lost interest in it.
Oh yeah, what a load
So-
of bullshit. People were glued to their TVs all the time.
Well, so what did we do next? We put up Skylab. Everything was near Earth orbit. Okay. Now, do I believe that we were warned off the moon? Yes, I do. I heard from some people that shall remain unnamed.
Okay.
Okay.
You have to
Because
protect your sources.
I don't want to get anybody's tit in a ringer,
Sure.
but yes, we were warned off the moon. I accept that.
By Apollo 11. even.
And well, Apollo 17 was the last one that
Yeah.
went up there.
Yeah, but Apollo
December.
11 was the one where they said to NASA on the medical channel, there are these huge flying saucers and UFOs on the
Maybe
ridge of
there's
this
question about that.
the ridge of this crater, and we're being watched.
That was allegedly in Apollo 11, the first
2 minutes
touchdown.
on the medical channel. That
But
ham radio operators claim that they recorded.
yeah,
According
But-
to the sources, yeah.
that was it. We ended our lunar program.
Yeah.
Until we revived it. We revived it in 96.
Right.
Okay. We went back to the moon with then one of the most powerful cameras available, the kind of stuff they used in the KH-11, I believe it was the KH-11 spy satellite, which could pick the letters and numbers off a license plate from orbit.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Could read a dime.
You could
From orbit.
count how many buttons were on a guy's shirt
Right.
from orbit. All right, with that satellite. They sent that to the moon. They completely rephotographed and remapped the lunar surface.
They scanned
Over
the
two-
entire surface of the moon.
Over 2 million photographs were taken. How many of those
Wow.
have you ever seen from the Clementine mission?
0.
That was the mission, by the way, the Clementine mission.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I was involved in military intelligence in Vietnam. And I asked myself, I said, self, what the hell would they have been looking for? There's only one reason you go back and you photo recon a place, to see what the hell has changed. Now, I found, now let me sidetrack real quickly here. I found some photographs in NASA archives, by the way, that clearly showed weird shit on the moon. One of them was a pipe running through a lunar crater.
Yeah.
And you could follow it then in this photograph. The surface
And that's
of
the one
of
that,
the
that
thing-
led up to the satellite dish.
No. It went over a cliff. It went through the wall of a cliff, and you can see it overhanging with some type of extension on it. Now, that was provocative. But what
So
I
we're
discovered,
talking about definite, like 90-degree angles,
oh,
things
yeah,
that
dude.
don't happen in nature.
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then on the rear of the moon, the side that faces us, the rear, the backside, is a place called King's Crater.
Right.
And that's where all the exciting stuff was.
Am I correct in remembering that one that had was the one that had the high albedo?
Yes. Yes. Satellite dishes, what appeared to be military type, and of course they weren't.
And
but
they were
Quonset
huge.
huts.
Yeah.
With lit windows. Okay. Antennas scattered around. Unknown things that were on the I don't know what the hell they were.
We're
And-
almost entering into Lovecraftian territory here.
Something that resembled an ancient naval cannon.
Older than mankind.
Well,
In some cases, maybe.
yeah. But somebody was up there, and according to what Ingo Swann told me, they still are up there. He remotely viewed that.
Yeah, the whole story about him being tasked to look at what was on the moon and on the backside of the moon, where he was looking in from like the corner of the building on the interior and seeing, these naked humanoid creatures, and then the aliens looking up at him, and then him being instructed to break it off. It's very creepy, Don.
It scared him shitless.
Oh, it would scare the hell out of me.
And he told me, we had a dinner out here in Burbank. Vicky and I, my wife and I, and Ingo and another guy had dinner over in Burbank at this little Italian restaurant. Lasted almost 5 hours. And
wow.
He told me for the next 4 to 6 months, he honestly believed that whatever it was he viewed, they were going to come looking for him and fry his brains out of his head.
Really?
That's what he told me. Yes.
And that's never been published or otherwise let to be understood.
No, just he never wrote. He never
just
wrote
told
that.
you.
Yeah, he told me.
Wow, what a revelation!
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's wild what's going on up there.
Okay, and so Walter, let me ask you this: after having heard Don tell us about Ingo Swann and what he saw, and the penetration of the nuclear or the lunar base, what comes to mind for you? What do you think about this?
I think of the,
I mean, I know that you understand the remote viewing protocols. I know that you've used it yourself. I know that you consider them to be honest and true.
There's something legitimate about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I absolutely am okay with the possibility that I'm a little more convinced. I'm putting it in a a diplomatic way. I'm personally convinced that Ingo Swann did see something up there. Now, whether it was present or past, because with remote viewing, you can, hypothetically, or if you experience it, you can see both. But I do agree that I think there's been someone up there. I think there was someone up there when we went there with Apollo. I think there continues to be. I think there's been somebody up there for a very long time. In my opinion, the after hiding on the Earth, if they're not hiding on the Earth, to me, it's a no-brainer. They're up on the moon and probably, in underground, inside, whatever you want to call it. That
right.
That to me would be space.
So do you tend to believe his I guess summary that there were that he saw in his remote viewing what he claimed to see?
Yeah, generally, you
don't have any reason to disbelieve that.
Yeah, I have no reason to dismiss it out of hand at all. Depending upon how he was interpreting what he saw, but I think he had a real experience, if that's what you mean, and I think he did see something going on up there. Because I do think that there's somebody up there, and other than us, who's been up there and been up there for quite a long time, and I think that's part of why, Don, points it out. Rocks and dust are what we come away with. Oh, and the ability to say we did it, or we did it first.
Never mind the huge glass structures and
well, I that's where I kind of part ways with the Hoagland hypothesis.
Well, I mean, but you have to admit, when you do turn up certain filters, there are blue gleaming spires that show up in the background.
Where?
On the moon.
When you the filters like you've observed this from
when you take it into basic Photoshop,
yeah,
and you just turn up the gain
from
what NASA has done, you see reflective things that are miles above the surface of the moon.
Well, now you do realize that all those official NASA photographs have been deliberately desensitized.
Yes, airbrushed, photoshopped,
blurred, blurred up. They have the technology where we could if they allowed it, we could damn near count the rocks and the dust on the ground.
Well, and Don, you probably know this better than I do, but there is at least one NASA employee who is tasked with destroying these huge sheets of high density resolution photographs. I think his name was Ken something. And he just took them home. He refused to destroy them. He just took them home. And then people were able later to scan them in high definition because they'd been recorded in by the camera in high def. And he'd been able to scan them in HD and reproduce them. And people were able to study, the stuff that I think might have led to your research, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, no, the stuff I got originally back in the early 90s was not
just
that high
straight.
res.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I really got to go. I'm fading here.
Buddy,
Walter.
I'm gonna have to do it too, Gil.
All right. Well, before you guys take off,
I'm like two hours past.
I just want to ask where we can find more about Walter Bosley and the things that Walter Bosley does on the internet, and the things that people can find out about your books and so forth.
I have my website now, lostcontinentlibrary.com. That's my publishing company, Lost Continent Library. So go there, lostcontinentlibrary.com. And definitely check me out on Sunday nights at YouTube on the Walter Bosley channel.
Especially this next Sunday.
This next Sunday, I'm having Sesharie, and I'm excited about that. So and from there, between the website and the YouTube, you'll be able to, learn about more links and everything else.
Hey, we got to hook up, Walter.
Yeah, we do.
Can you quickly tell us, Walter, about the event that you're going to be at?
Oh gosh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be signing books and selling merch at the Fear Fair, which will be in San Bernardino, California here, the heart of the Empire of the Wheel mystery, on January 13th through the 15th at the National Orange Show grounds. So if you're anywhere within driving distance, Don and Vicky, if you can, drive out to it.
Or if you need to fly out, like I will.
The Fear Fair, January 13th through 15th, San Bernardino, California.
I may drag my brother out to meet you.
Yeah, you were telling me that. We'll figure all that out.
He's very keen to meet you.
Oh, cool. Well, I look forward to it. Then.
You and he have a lot more in common than you and I have in common.
Okay, cool.
As far as the pop culture thing goes. Don Ecker, could you please tell us where we can find more about you on the internet and what's going on with Dark Matters Radio?
I'm all over the internet, good and bad. But where I generally hang out, I have two spots on Facebook, my personal page, which Don Ecker, and then I have the Don Ecker and Dark Matters Radio fan site. So that's all you got to plug in there. Now, as far as any appearances every Wednesday, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Okay. I am on the pop culture minefield
with
all right.
with Gary.
With Gary Cassell, yes.
Uh-huh.
And then at 1 p.m.
who
on
happens
Wednesday.
to be a personal friend of mine, has been on my show.
Yes, he mentioned that. And on 1 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesday on KGRA, we have a brand new show called Dangerous Military Nerds.
Right.
Okay.
It's
Just
hard
like
to-
regular
it's hard to forget.
nerds,
Dangerous
only we're
military nerds.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay. And what that comes from is our military background.
And Don, do you remember last time you mentioned that? I said, you've got to get Walter involved in this.
Yes, you did.
I'll have
Yes,
to
you
check
did.
it out.
You're a
Yes.
dangerous military nerd, Walter.
Yeah, that fits all three. Yeah. All right, cool.
Yes, you did.
All right. All
So
right.
anyway,
all
guys,
right.
Well,
this
thanks.
has been a
Yeah.
kick tonight. Thank you,
Yeah.
Walter. Damn, good seeing you, pal.
And we will get together here sooner
It's
than
been a
later.
blast. It's been a
Gil,
blast.
I'm picking up that silver Sharpie, so that's in the works, buddy.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
All righty.
You bet.
You
Well,
are
look,
the man.
You guys have a great
All righty.
evening, and hey, happy holidays.
Happy
Yeah.
holidays,
Merry
Don.
Christmas.
And please
bet.
give my best to Vicky.
Will do, Gil.
All right.
Okay, guys.
We'll see y'all
See you
later.
later.
Take care.
All right. That's it for this episode of Into the Fringe. It's Cardinal Sin out.